Tired this morning, huh?
Very.
Been a long week?
Yep. Long too.
Yeah.
That's what.
Morning, RC, baby Jules. Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
Your last weekend without real football coming right up.
Why, thanks, Pops. Appreciate you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Mark, I didn't ask you this, and I won't do it on the air, obviously, because no one cares, but are you playing fantasy this year?
Yeah, I play in a league.
Okay. With your son?
Yep.
Okay. Is it like his buddies, or is it
Mostly
people
his
you guys
buddies.
know?
I know a couple of them, but yeah, it's his buddies mostly.
Gotcha.
His boss is in it, who I know very well. So, but I don't know all the guys in it. Mostly his friends.
Okay. Are they intimidated by you?
No.
We got a sports show host on our league.
They don't worry about it too much. Considering I've never won the league, no. I've made the playoffs every year but one, but I've never won the league. They're not too worried about me.
We got a buddy who keeps track, because this is the main one that we've been doing since before high school. 8th grade, I think, is when we started it, and he keeps track of like everyone's average position that they finish in and where they draft and who they draft. And I'm like, dude, you got so much time on your hands, but he loves it. So he reminds us every year around this time who to be worried about. Yeah, I'm with you, RC. It's fun, though. Okay.
You're listening listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. I guess it's a football Friday.
Football Friday.
Oh, wasn't ready for that. Was not ready for that. Don't know if you have permission for that yet, young man. We're not ready for all. It's not for you. It might be. I mean, maybe you got a high school game you're going to tonight. I know there's some of that going on. Obviously, we're still a week, 8 days away from college football beginning, 19 from the NFL. Good morning, Miller and Moulton. You already heard Trent Bello from the other side. He's ready to go on a Friday. I gotta say, this is usually what happens to me about now, because we've been talking a lot of football. We've been previewing a lot of teams. We're trying to get you ready, and we will do so today. 2 segments with Pat Kirwan, Andy Baskin to talk the Browns. However, there's not really football going on. I mean, last night, I'm watching the preseason game, and I've got the baseball game on the other television. And the baseball game is the Nats and the Rangers. And I don't know how many of you know about the Nats or the Rangers. I can honestly tell you, I don't watch a lot of either. I mean, they're both still in it, technically. The Nats, not so much. They've kind of fallen apart. But the Rangers are certainly in it. And I decided, why am I listening to the preseason game? And I switched the volume to listen to Rangers Nats. And I don't feel as if I did the right thing. But it's like I'm watching preseason football, and you've got the real announcers last night. Joe and Troy are doing the game. You got Mendoza. And maybe that's what it was. So they interview Mendoza. And look it. I'm aware that I'm old now. I get it. Working with Trent or my son, I know that I'm twice their age. A little bit more than that. And it's like, son of a. But when Mendoza there starts going Mr. Buck and Mr. Aikman, that's when when he's trying to be polite and at the same time totally embarrassing the announcers by being a wonderful young man that he is. He says, I'm glad you threw a pick six, kid. I don't want to hear Mr. Buck and Mr. I want to hear Joe and Troy. Don't give me this Mr. stuff.
I think it was 3 years ago, 2023, when I first started working with you and David, and I referred to you as Mr. Miller, and I was dead serious. I was stone cold, trying to be respectful, and you told me to F right off.
Yeah.
You said, you don't call me that. I said, okay, I won't.
Oh, my goodness.
So I get where he's coming from, but I also get where you're coming from, where it's kind of like it sounds sarcastic, even though the kid's trying to be respectful. He's trying to go about it the right way, but I understand how that would be kind of an F off moment.
Yeah, because see, you don't pay attention to this stuff, nor should you, and you don't care. But see, the Gen X culture doesn't handle growing up, because we were forced to grow up at 10. And we've kind of stayed there. And we don't, this whole thing of albums that we've listened to turning 30, it's like 30, what I mean, like the whole grunge thing's 35 years old. It's like, what in the hell just happened? So yeah, that just, and how do you not like this Mendoza kid? He's a very respectful young man. Seems to say and do all the right things, with the exception of that pass that was overthrown behind and got returned for a pick six. But it's preseason. Doesn't matter. He's got to learn. But I want to root for him. But when he pulls that stuff, it's like, come on, man.
Well, if you're on the fence, it gives you more ammunition to not. And of course, we're keeping this all tongue in cheek. But I saw that interview as well. It was nice to hear Joe and Troy back on the airwaves. That really, Mark, I think is what this boils down to. That is when you start to realize how close you are to actual football. but you're still kind of having the, God, can we just get there type of feeling. Luckily, college comes in what, 8 days? Magic numbers today?
8 days. TCU and North Carolina State and Virginia. That should be a solid game. By all accounts, TCU is supposed to get after North Carolina pretty good. We shall see. But yeah, so that was just, it wasn't, it doesn't make me root against a guy, but in the moment of haste, because I've said this before, I'm rooting for all of your quarterbacks. For those people that think that people in my line of work, and particularly at the top end, the Joes and Troys and you hate my team. Danielson used to always laugh at the hate mail he'd get that you hate my team. No, we just want all your teams to perform really well. If they perform really well, that makes us happy. We want to see the best players have the best seasons. And with that being said, we will dive into the NFL hard with Pat. We will dive into the Browns, who are one of those teams that, well, what are they going to be? Are they going to be a Deshaun Watson team at the beginning of the year and we're going to find out he can play again? Are we going to find out that Shedeur Sanders is in the lineup sooner than later? If that's the case, that probably doesn't bode well for the Browns. But we will talk with Andy Baskin about that and probably get in a little Guardians talk, because every day it changes in the American League. That's the one thing for certain. As you look at the wild card, now the Twins and Rangers are tied. Twins had the day off yesterday. Rangers with the win. They are now right there with the Twinkies. And we've got a two-way tie for the final wild card spot in the American League, as big series heading this weekend. I mean, this is now, Braves and Brewers, couple of first place teams. Cardinals trying to hold on, playing the Phillies. Every series the Yankees, Red Sox, and Rays plays is important. The White Sox seem to have a comfortable lead in their division. Will they hold on? And little things like Cleveland goes out to Colorado. Look what the Dodgers just did. A good team went to Colorado. They swept them. So when you look at baseball, you have to, at this point, you have to buy in that the middle part of the American League can offer is 500 baseball. So does someone go on a Red Sox-like streak and rip off double-digit wins in a row? Seems highly unlikely, but it's been this way now since June. 2 good weeks can change everything in the American League, whether it's for the AL West, still the AL Central's in play, and then obviously the wild card, because nothing is for certain. The Twins just 3.5 back of the White Sox, so that's certainly obtainable. The Yanks now just 4 back of the Rays. They've got 4 against one another. And the Yankees, this is impressive. And I was talking with the Yankees buddy yesterday, and he thinks the Rays are the best team in the American League. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I still think it's the Yankees, because I don't trust their bats, but they seem to figure out ways to win. And that's what the Rays have done all year. So I think this is a big weekend for the Rays, because they've had a little bit of back and forth here in the Toronto series and in the Baltimore series before that. So they go on the road to Baltimore. They're still right in this wild card. So it's important games. Would like to see the Rays win a series here and just kind of Heisman the Yankees a little bit for a couple
assert
more
themselves.
days.
Yeah, assert themselves. And the Yankees, I'm with you that when they're fully healthy, they're probably the best team in the AL. But that's the risk you run when you do end up in the wild card round, because it's a best of 3. You can have 2 bad games and all of a sudden you're done. Your season's over. All that work for nothing. And that's where the Rays have to take this seriously and just, as David Moulton would say, get the horse in the barn. Win this division. You've got it right now. Win it.
Miller and Moulton, 21,000, the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. A few little nagging injuries, things going on around the football world. Big fights in practices. And it is one of the things that they've been talking a lot about. This is where those of us that didn't play, and particularly at the highest level, just don't get it, because it certainly seems that these fights are never going to go away. You've got guys fighting for jobs. You got guys, they're supposed to be these practices, and even though they have officials there for a lot of these group team practices, you're on your honor in that you're not supposed to play after the whistle. But not every guy can have that mentality. So most players you hear from don't like the fights, but all say that they're not going anywhere. And the league cracked down and threw big fines at Dallas and New Orleans. Jarrah says, I'm giving the fines to the players that did the stuff, which he's allowed to do. And that's fine. But I mean, when you have younger teams, like a team like the Saints, they're a younger team trying to reestablish themselves. They're going to play through the whistle because the two deeps aren't set on a team like that. There are guys still trying to figure out whether they're starters, whether they're second stringers. But the Dolphins got into a little bit at their practice recently. There was a lot going on at the Cowboys and Saints. And I think this is kind of also where the fans grown up. We used to love this stuff, and maybe we still do. I mean, the kid of the Steiner there throwing the suplex on the Cowboys player was fun to watch. I'm not going to lie. I'll fully admit that I enjoyed that. But most of the football fans now are so scared of injury in the preseason, and also they have a good idea of what their team's about, and when they see that they're undisciplined, does that lead to more of it? So fighting's always going to be a part of training camp because the teams love these dual scrimmages. You've heard Pat talk about it, and he'll talk about it today. You can do situational work that you just can't do in a regular practice. You can work on goal line for 20 plays. You can work on your 2-minute drill, things that may not come up in the preseason. But with that, you run the risk, one, of injury. That's happened to a couple of players. Chargers center there gets rolled up on. He's done. That was in a dual practice. So they pose risk. Players don't seem to love them. Coaches do. And since they can't hit as much as they used to, I think they're here to stay. Miller and Moulton, little baseball to get through. Some preseason football last night. The golf is underway. We'll talk some NFL with Pat Kirwan. We'll talk some Cleveland Browns and a little Cleveland Guardians with Andy Baskin on the show this morning. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Bally sitting in the co-pilot seat. Lots to get to on a Football Friday. Starting 25 minutes away. Thanks so much for listening. Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What? Good morning, Mark. What else is there about the Browns? I mean, they're not that interesting. But we got to go through the teams, and that was an easy one. Cincinnati's an easy one to get. Baltimore's usually an easy one to get, and I have no idea with Pittsburgh because our guys got let go. So I knew I could get Cleveland done and work on the rest of them for the weekend.
Andy Baskin's very good, by the way, too. So
we've had him on for 15 years.
Yeah. I know. I only know him from you guys.
No, none. I'm not really. I don't think so. They're supposed to cook for me this weekend, but I don't know if I'll allow that. Usually I cook my own dinners, and I'm celebrating a birthday this weekend. So I don't want to cook, but Lord knows I'll probably have to.
Mark, what is your magic number this weekend?
What's my magic number? It's 8, like everybody else's.
No, what? Okay.
Oh, 57.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Nothing magic about that. We'll get, I will. I'll reach out to Mo for sure. Yep, me, Keith Moon, and who's the other one that died? There's a lot of drug addicts and alcoholics on my birthday. Phoenix, the River Phoenix, the one that OD'd at Johnny Depp's club. Or, River's the one.
Viper Room?
Yeah. Yeah. 25 years from black tar heroin. If I make it to 85, that's what I want for my birthday. Thank you, DC.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us Friday. Getting ready for more preseason football, I suppose. I know that you guys like the preseason football more than I do. And you watch more than I do. But you can't help it because we've become so accustomed to a football game being on that you very much just have to click the button. So I had to do something yesterday, and I was very impressed that it was far less painless than I thought it would be. I had completely neglected. I went to vote Tuesday, and I gave my driver's license, and the kind lady, I was, for the record, when I voted after the show, I was the only person in the polling place. Only voter, I should say. There were 15 workers, 12 workers, and me. And I talked to all of them. I had more fun in there. I was loud. I'm walking up, and whoever looked at me first, I went to them and told the other one why I went to them. It was joyous. In and out in a matter of seconds, went and grabbed. I was so excited voting went so smoothly that I went and had 2 hot dogs after I voted. And it was 10:30 in the morning. It was spectacular. So, but the one lady who checked me in, and you give your driver's license, she says, "Hey, your driver's license is about to expire." And I'm like, "Yeah, crap, it is. It expires on Sunday." So I didn't make an appointment, and yesterday finished doing what I was doing in the morning, and I'm like, "Oh crap, I got to renew this driver's license." It's noon now. I've done I'm done with what I need to do in the morning. And I'm like, all right, you think I can get this done in 2 hours? And it's right at lunch hour. So I'm petrified. And I go in and the lady, did you have an appointment? Because now you have to have an appointment to do these things. And those of you that are smart, get appointments and get get your driver's license done. You get in and out of there. Well, that's not me. Not an appointment guy. And once she said, do you have an appointment? I'm like, this isn't going to go well. I'm like, no, I don't. I said, do you think that I can get out of here in 2 hours? Because in 2 hours, I had to leave to pick my daughter up from school. I know exactly the time that I have to get out to not get in the second wave of the car line. And trust me, you don't want that. That's just hell. So I get the license, and the amount of people you got to deal with to get a driver's license, because they can't just send you to one window. You go to the first window, and they're like, we're just checking to make sure there's not basically a warrant out for your arrest. And it doesn't take a long time, but let's just say it takes 2 minutes. And I would say that would be fair, 90 seconds to 2 minutes. And this was, every year, Florida's, I think, like 8 years. Like, this thing's good for me through 34. So I do like the way Florida does their driver's license. But they call your number, you go up to the thing, and they're checking you to make sure. We just got to make sure there's no nothing that no warrants, no warnings, nothing's happened to lose your driver's license. I'm like, I sure hope not. You'd be surprised. And it was almost combative. It was like, you know what? We want to find out you've done something wrong because I've got a cop right there, and he can cuff you and stuff you now.
Well, think about it. For that clerk, for that particular stop along the way, that's the most exciting part of their day, is when they do find someone that there is a warrant out for their arrest. So she's not necessarily out to get you, but she wants to find somebody over her 8-hour shift. Luckily, you weren't that person.
And I had gotten a letter telling me I had to come in because I'm getting everybody, you can renew online. You can renew online. There's a point in which you can't renew online anymore. This is literally, the picture on my driver's license, I think, was taken when I was in my 30s. I'm going to be 57 Sunday. The picture was not even me anymore. It certainly was. It was either in my early 40s, because I could tell by the picture. It was either in my early 40s or late 30s. So they had sent me the letter that you've got to come in. I had to do an eye test, and I had to get a new picture. And so then they sit you. And then you play the waiting game because now that, like everybody else, they ask for your phone number and they're going to text you when it's ready. But then they announce all the numbers. And every time you hear the letter, because all of them have a different letter at the front. I was X333. Okay. Let's go X. But then you'd hear an X and you'd get that brief excitement. 331. And then because they all operate at multiple windows, you get X. 337, and you're like, whoa, what are we jumping 6 for? I'm next. But my day was made because when I went to window 2 and she took the picture and I paid my money, which, by the way, we had a great conversation, myself and the lady at the DMV, because I said, what way do you guys not charge me extra? She went cash. Because if you pay with a credit card or a debit card, they hit you for an extra whatever. I go, is there any way to avoid the charges? She said, cash. I'm like, I happen to have cash on me. So not only did I pay in cash, we then had a little conversation about, and I looked at her and I said, I can tell you're an experienced enough person that I'm not worried about you having to give me change. And she turned and looked, she goes, look, there's like 3 things my kids have to do. She goes, yeah, good people, blah, 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 blah. She goes, sign your name in cursive and be able to give change for anything. She goes, you can trick them at the drive. She said to me, she says, you trick them in the drive-thru when you throw that extra $1 on there. They get really confused. And I loved her. I could have stayed all day and just talked to her about life and the pursuit of happiness and how to raise children right. When she tells me, they've got to be good people and get good grades and all that, but they've got to be able to write their name in cursive and they've got to be able to give change for a 20. Yes.
Did you tell her about the kids at Penn State that were buying drugs on Venmo? because
No,
that
I
probably
no
would have
no
sent
I
her
no
into a deflect.
I didn't really think a good place for a cocaine conversation would be the DMV, Trent.
Well, that's
Okay.
fair, of course, but you get my point. Is like the more these kids, and I say these kids, I'm only 26 years old,
Right.
start
How
using
often,
Venmo for everything.
by the way, for every cash transaction you have, for every time you pay in cash for something, how many times do you use Venmo?
Probably 10.
Yeah. So don't talk to me. Just because you don't do drugs. If you did drugs, you'd be dumb enough to buy them on Venmo, Trent.
But I have the awareness that certain things don't require cash and certain things do require cash. So you have to,
What things don't require cash?
well, when you're paying your buddies off for something, like when we go golfing, my buddy will go up and he'll pay for everybody, and then we just Venmo him. That's a perfect example. But when I go to the gas station and I have cash in my pocket, I'll just get rid of the cash and pay for gas. I want $20 on pump 6.
So
I
you'd
go out
rather.
there.
So you think this is a problem. Okay. Did everybody else catch what just happened? Well, I want to give the store cash, but my friend, I'll just Venmo. What happened to having cash in your pocket? Yeah, I mean, because your friend might want to pay for that whole thing. So you guys give him cash back. So when he buys his cocaine from the kid at Penn State, he can use cash like a real American.
Well,
Miller and Moulton.
the kid who's willing to pay for the golf usually doesn't care about having cash. Let's put it that way.
Venmo, just Venmo me. Golfers love. Yeah, if I were to say again, I'm not playing golf today because the course is closed. But if I were to look at the guys I play golf with and say, "Hey, can I just Venmo you the money that I lost today?" The old people might even punch me. Miller and Moulton in a cashless society as Trent's Venmoing his buddies as we speak. Here's $4 for the beer you bought me. Let me Venmo you.
Happens more often than you think. Sometimes you'll even get you'll get a picture, Mark, on a Saturday morning. You'll get a picture of a receipt, and it's Venmo me what you owe me. That's all they say. And there's an honor system.
Oh goodness, yeah. I get the next one. That's the honor system. The honor system isn't Venmo me. What have we done? This is our fault. You act like you're trying right now to blame the kids. Look in the mirror, buddy. You're the one that allowed this. You're the one that made this happen. This is not a them problem. This is an us problem. Picture of receipt. Venmo me what you owe me. Starting 5 is next.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
Your
sound.
roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com.
PetLifeSciences.com. CCC 1332516.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Baby Jules, I could be speaking out of school here, but I believe Venmo's a lot easier. I mean, I've used Zelle, but Zelle's more of a pain to use. You kind of got to usually do a two-way with your bank, I believe.
Well, baby Jules, I think Zelle goes directly into your bank account. That's
Yeah,
the
that's
yeah.
You coming up? Come on. You can come up and bite me again like you did yesterday.
I was gonna say, is that the cat?
Yeah, drew blood yesterday. Didn't you? They are. That's why I enjoy them. I mean, Ryan, that's exactly why I've got no problem with the cat. We are on the same page. Sally, not Lucy. Lucy's an old cat Lucy's somewhere over here. Hang on. Wait a minute. I think this is Lucy. I'm not positive. Lucy?
Oh, the snark.
Effing father's next to 3 dead dogs and a dead cat, for crying out loud. I got to do something about that. I got to take Fred out of a trip and just dump him somewhere. I'm had enough of Fred being in the office. I got one for my golf bag. That makes me happy. Oh, yeah, Peanuts characters. We've ended that, though, with Peaches, and then the dog will be Bogey. Because it's my dog.
Bogey and Birdie.
No, we're not getting Bogey and Birdie. We're getting Bogey. They want Bogey and Birdie. I'll be in an apartment somewhere.
By the way, we beat my dad yesterday by 2 strokes, him and his buddy Mike. And we were down 1 stroke going into the 9th, and my brother eagled all by himself. I was zero help. I hit a safe drive off the tee box, so that helped him kind of like, he could go after it a little bit, go for the win, and he won it.
What's safe cash, Happy? What do you feel safe with? I mean, because I'm not arguing with you. I actually agree with you. I prefer to always have around $100 on me. I feel like that I can get whatever I need.
I was going to say 60.
I'm surprised. Do you have any right now? Do you have any cash on you?
Yeah, I always carry 60.
Okay. I'm impressed.
$320s.
Thank you for that.
I mean, I'm just telling you.
I thought maybe you'd have a 50 and a 10. 8 5s, 3 1s, a $2 bill. I mean, come on.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Valley sitting in the co-pilot seat, and I'm pulling my hair out with Venmo Trent over there. But he's got some cash on him. He can afford, if there were four of us out, he could afford a couple of beers. After that, he'd be in trouble. After that, he'd be asking someone to pay, and he'd be Venmoing you your 25% share. So
yeah, my Venmo was at Trent-Valley. Can you help me out? You know, you're leaning over to the guy next to you, your buddy, whatever. Hey, just Venmo me that. That's what kids do now.
Oh, no, I know. I remember going to my kids' college apartment, and they had a big chalkboard in the corner. And on the chalkboard was his Venmo, because they had the occasional party where there was a keg of beer, and it was just like right here. That's where it is.
Yep.
So I don't know. I will say I did laugh at LW in the YouTube chat room, who says, yes, I Venmo the girls when I'm at the strip club. And I mean, it's not as bad as the guys Venmoing for their cocaine at Penn State and getting caught that way. But I mean, if you do want to get caught by the wife, can I Venmo you for the private room? That'll work out well. I don't want her to see that at all. Let's see. What is it? 20 minutes before the hour, as they say in the big show. And it's time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And we start with baseball. Tampa falls at the hands of Toronto yesterday, ending their little homestand with the 5-1 defeat at the hands of the Blue Jays. Kazuma Okamoto, wow, easy for me to say, 3 home run attack. Shane Bieber had a win, his second one against the Rays this season. Springer 2 for 5, 2 RBIs. Toronto 9-4 in its past 13. Bieber went 7, allowed a run on 4 hits. St. Louis 10-9 over Cincinnati. Big air in the top of the 9th for the Reds. St. Louis down to its final out, down 5-4. And J.J. Weatherald hit a routine fly ball to left center. Dane Myers botched it. It allowed the tying and go-ahead runs to score. The Cardinals would take a big lead and score 6 more after that. Brock Burke was charged with 6 unearned runs on 2 hits in 2/3 of an inning. The Reds would try to come back, but they would end up with the tying runners on base. In fact, they got 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th. They left the bases loaded to end the game, and now the Reds have lost 5 of their last 7. Cleveland, a 5-2 win over San Francisco. Gavin Williams, 11 strikeouts. Patrick Bailey had 2 hits and an RBI as the Guardians end up winning the series. That's what you do, and I have to be honest, like the Guardians lose the first game of the series, then win the next 2. It's their first home series victory since the end of June.
Wow.
Milwaukee, 7-4 over Seattle. Garrett Mitchell, 2 doubles, a home run, 3 ribbies, and they win the rubber game of the series. Gary Sanchez drove in a couple of runs. David Hamilton, 2 singles and an RBI for the Brewers, who have now won 4 of 5 for the best record in Major League Baseball at 79-49. Trevor McGill pitched the 9th for his 23rd save of the season. Seattle calls up top pitching prospect, left-hander Cade Anderson. He's going to make his debut Saturday at home against the Cubs. This is the number 1 pitching prospect in all of baseball. He's their number 1 prospect, but he's considered the best pitcher out there. So he'll start on Saturday against the Cubs. Kansas City, a 6-2 win over the Athletics. Bobby Witt homered, had 2 hits, scored 3 times, and the Royals sweep the Athletics. Atlanta, 2-0 over the White Sox. Austin Riley, 2 hits, 2 RBIs. Grant Holmes pitched 6 innings and a combined 1 hitter as the Braves go to Chicago in a makeup game and win. NL East, Atlanta avoided a series sweep while stopping a 3-game losing streak. Chicago won the first 2 of this series back on June 9 and 10th. This game was initially slated for June 11th and postponed. The Yankees, 6-1 over Baltimore. Garrett Cole, 6 strong innings. Luis Garcia and Spencer Jones homered as the Yankees sweep Baltimore on the road. A big inning for the Yankees was the difference, but I can't describe it nearly as well as Michael Kay did.
For the Yankees, 3 runs in an inning. It's an offensive orgy, and this guy really needed it. Ramos goes the other way. His first RBI as a Yank.
An offensive orgy. Jacob deGrom recorded his 2,000th career strikeout while pitching 6 one-hit innings, and the Rangers beat the Nats 2-spit last night. deGrom allowed just 1 single in the second inning, tied a season high with 10 strikeouts. 3 relievers would finish the combined one-hitter, with Jacob Laz pitching the 9th for his 25th save.
Mark, I think I saw the Rangers stranded 16 runners and still won in a shutout. That's impressive.
Struck out 15 in the win. The Angels, 18-3 over Houston. Zach Neto paired a 5-hit game with 7 RBIs, and they win the rubber match of the 3-game series. So
18 hits for the Angels. 18 hits, 18 runs.
NFL last night, the Raiders come from behind 19 unanswered. They defeat the Texans 22-20. Aiden O'Connell was the quarterback in the comeback. The 49ers destroy the Chargers 41-19. So multiple players from Thursday's joint practice between the Dolphins and Giants were pulled for throwing punches or their physical actions during the fight-filled workout. Dolphins offensive tackle Austin Jackson and Giants right tackle Jermaine Lemure were those taken off the field. Jameis Winston was removed for a couple of plays after being in the middle of a scrum. Jeff Hafley said before practice, any player who threw a punch would be kicked out. So, yeah, everybody was throwing punches. They were a kung fu fighting. Jackson was basically the instigator. He apparently went after Averill Reese, and then he got shoved to the ground by Thibodeau, the D lineman the linebacker for the Giants. So it was the ball. Cowboys and Saints, as I mentioned, fined $500,000 for multiple fights that occurred at the practice. Jera said the Cowboys would fine their individual players, which is allowable under the CBA. Lions, Sam Laporta, coming off season-ending back surgery, is now dealing with a hip injury that could threaten his availability for the season opener. Dan Campbell thinks he's going to be fine, but the key word there is that he thinks he's going to be fine. College football will stay in Michigan and go to the big house. It turns 100 next year. It's getting ads for the first time in its history. Coca-Cola, Meijer, which is kind of the Walmart of Michigan, and Google Gemini will be the first 3 sponsors to display their logos at the big house. In related news, with new technology developed by Michigan, Coca-Cola, Meijer, and Google are hopefully going to be having advertising on the sidelines of all Michigan's opponents. I made that last part up. Just having
I was going to say, that doesn't sound very good, but okay.
Brett Venables, new 6-year deal for Oklahoma, takes him through 2031. The deal, which adds 2 additional years and needs pending approval by the OU Board of Regents, is expected to take his average to $10.5 million per season. Venables was squarely on the hot seat a year ago, led Oklahoma to the playoffs, and gets a new deal. 5-way tie in St. Louis at the BMW. Rory, J.J. Spawn, Wyndham Clark, Gary Woodland, Chris Gotterup, all fired 6-under 64s. NBA news, James Harden agreed to a 3-year, $97 million contract. He's 37. His career earnings will now each $511 million, making him the 4th player in NBA history to eclipse the $500 million mark. LeBron, Durant, Steph, and Harden. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
One of the all-time greats, whatever. He's one of the
No,
MVP. Just wait.
really? You call him? I mean, I'm being serious. You call James
Yeah.
Harden one of the all-time greats?
Yes, one of the all-time great scorers. Yes.
Well, no. There's a difference. Is he one of the all-time greats, or is he one of the all-time great scorers?
Both. I'm not going to argue he's top 10 all time. He's top 75. I mean, he made the 75 all-time team. He should. But just wait, Mark. Wait till this offseason when he requests a trade. That's my response to that contract.
That's one of the 75 best players that's ever played. Okay. If you say so, I'll just bounce the ball for 10, 12 minutes. Alcaraz is back after months of rehab and a cautious ramp up. It looks as if Carlos Alcaraz is going to be playing in the U.S. Open, which begins on August 30th. Wonder if he pays at strip clubs with Venmo. And at 11 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories, 511 million, and James Harden is an all-time great. Let me just ask you on that note. No, and I'm being serious here.
Okay.
In
I'll be
your,
serious back.
so your era, well, when I talk NBA, you get nervous that I'm going to make fun of the league, and I'm not. I'm going to ask you a question. In order to be an all-time great, to me, you have to be one of the 2 or 3 best players of your era. I wouldn't put Harden in the – I don't think he makes the top 5 in his era, and I don't think it's close. So give me the top 5 from his era.
LeBron, number 1. Steph, number 2. Kevin Durant, number 3. Giannis, number 4. Jokic, number 5. Or interchange 4 and 5. I don't care. But you're right. By your criteria, he's not an all-time great. So I get where you're
not
coming
an
from.
all-time great. He's a great player in his era. He's not an all-time great. I don't think.
Okay.
I really don't. I mean, he disappears for long periods of time. He has to have the ball to be effective. He doesn't make those around him better, in my opinion. I don't think he's an all-time great.
He's one of the worst playoff performers ever for a star of his caliber, at least in the regular season, and what he's done and what his resume has shown in the regular season. So I get it. By your criteria, he's not an all-time great. I'll give you that.
I don't know. I mean, we use great far too much. When we start using great for James Harden, I'm worried. He's great at making money. He's great at going to the strip joint. I would say he's a great scorer.
Yeah. Okay, maybe that's what I should have said.
But
he's a great scorer, all-time great scorer.
Has he ever been a good defensive player?
No, never.
Okay. I mean, I'm just
yeah.
And you already said he's a lousy playoff player. So
he is.
So that weighs a lot for those of us that are a little older. We don't think regular season numbers define greatness. Your generation is more apt to look at fantasy numbers in any sport and say, well, that guy's great. Because we've gotten much more individualistic. How you watch highlights. It's not, you're watching highlights on phones and a guy lights it up for 50 and, he's great. But
yeah, I do also think there's something to be said for, he can be in OKC with Russell Westbrook and then kind of shift to the 2 guard, but then he can go to a place, I guess Chris Paul and shift to the 2 guard and then go to Cleveland and play the 1. I mean, he is a little bit more versatile than we give him credit for, but he's a terrible defender. And you're right. I mean, at this point, he's jumping around quite a bit, but these career earnings are by no mistake. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I want to give him credit. I'm not a huge fan.
Well, the money, I'm not associating what a guy made with how good he is. I mean, Kirk Cousins has made a boatload of money. He's never going down as an all-time great, but he's an unbelievable businessman. Sam Bradford was the last quarterback to get the contract before they put the rookie wage scale in. Sam Bradford made hundreds of millions of dollars. By your estimation, he's then great. He ain't great. And James Harden, the $93 million for a 37-year-old. Okay. I mean, I know it's monopoly money. I get it that they're going to spend it somewhere, but that guy ain't leading it, particularly in his late 30s. He ain't leading anybody to a championship.
Well, and that's why I joked that wait until this offseason, that in this 3-year deal, he's waiting for the next 2. He wants to go to another team. Wait till he requests a trade or forces his way out, because that's what they do in that league. And I love that league enough to admit that. That's how they operate.
Miller and Moulton, nowhere near an all-time great on this end, but trying my ass off to make $500 million. That much I'll assure you of. Neither will ever happen. Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open. You can dial us up at 21,000 on your phone. Text the keyword Miller and tell me what a great player means to you. We'll come up with a poll question on the other side. An hour from now, Pat Kirwan. 90 minutes from now, we'll talk Browns with Andy Baskin on Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Tim, I agree. As much as I love the NBA, I cannot defend that Hall of Fame. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's not the NBA Hall of Fame.
It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. I know,
Yeah.
but Like Amari Stoudemire got in this year, guys.
That was the number one player. That was the number one male player that got in.
Yeah.
Because didn't Candace go in? I mean, that was probably the best player in the class.
Yep, you're right.
But I think Amari Stoudemire was like the best male player in the class. I think.
Chauncey shouldn't be in there. Mark, do you have any idea who's going to replace Romo? Do they know?
Yeah, J.J. Watt.
Okay. Sorry, I must have missed that.
J.J. Watt's moving into the number one hole.
Nice. Good for him. Mark, do you like Dockin?
Do I like Dockin? Do I like Dockin? I mean, I went to see Dockin before, but would I say that I mean, George Lynch is coming to Southwest Florida on some little tour thing. Would I pay to see Dockin now? And the answer is unequivocally no.
I don't blame you.
I think the hair metal genre is the genre I'm most embarrassed that I listened to in my life. That I was really into heavy metal for as long as I was and listened to, the Judas Priest, and I've seen Rat twice, for crying out loud.
Oh,
it's
I'm jealous.
Damn near embarrassing.
See, I wish I would have seen Rat twice.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Trent Valley riding shotgun today. So, Trent has led me to today's poll question. Because he was talking about how you pay everybody with Venmo. And that is his generation thing. This is not Trent individualistically saying something that is not true. The kids use Venmo. I've not asked my daughter's gymnastics coach because we get the private lessons. I mean, we are all in. Whatever we got to do to give more money to that place, we do. And by we, in this case, I mean me, because it's all attached to my credit card. And that's fine. But there are a lot of Saturdays that we get private lessons for my daughter. And we kind of go back and forth. Sometimes if I have the cash, I'll give it to the girl. My wife usually brings her cash. And sometimes, like last week, I went to play golf. I dropped her off. My mother picked her up. So I dropped her off. I was on the phone. I shot her the money via Venmo and went on about my day. My guess is if I were to ask this young lady, would you prefer cash or Venmo, that she would say Venmo. Like I believe she would rather have it that way, even though none of us that are over the age of 50 would answer the same way. Maybe some of you would. But
well, I will tell you this. Most of us my age have a Venmo debit card, okay? So your Venmo account is linked right up to that. So I get it. It's all monopoly money. But if someone Venmos you and they send you $20, $30 or whatever, that's on that card. So then you can go use that card as if it's a credit card or a debit card.
You mean you can use the digital money like real money?
No. So what I'm saying is,
gosh,
some places are cash only, so you got to have cash on you. But also, it's convenient just to, in the snap of a finger, have that $30 on your card.
You mean so a debit card's almost like a credit card that you use that for money?
I'm not going to win this.
Trent, thank you. I mean, guys, I know we should all. I mean, wow.
Mark, I do both. Listen, I know I sound like a complete moron. I am not as bad as a lot of my buddies are.
No, you don't sound like a moron. You were talking to me like I'm a moron. Like I don't know what a debit card is. Like
no, I was
don't
just
know
explaining
what Venmo is.
There's a specific debit card for Venmo is what I'm trying to explain to you. Like
I understand my Venmo happens to be hooked up right to my bank account, so I can use it whenever. Trent, here, I'm just going to help you with this. Us older folk, we ain't that bright, but we do understand money because we've been buying everything for you our whole lives, so we get it. And most of us even have children, and we may understand, Trent, those APP things on the phone, we know how to use those too. When I go to the APP store, I can even download that right next to my bingo game.
Again, I'm not going to win this. I know. I'm trying to give a little credence to the convenience of Venmo. That's all. I'm not saying I agree with the way kids go about it, because I'm one of them, but it does, there are pros and cons to it, and there's more pros than cons. The only con is sometimes there's an instant transfer fee. So if you want to transfer it directly,
do you know where there's never an instant transfer fee? Ever.
Cash,
Trent. Cash.
And that's why I do both.
You know what's really easy? When you split a bill with someone and everybody throws in a 20. You guys don't understand that the money always comes around. It has for centuries. Literally, that like I don't go to the bar anymore, but there are a couple guys, I think one's listening right now. They have been far more generous over the years than I have with buying beers at the bar. When we used to go, they picked up more tabs than anybody else. They like to, every once in a while, they like to push their chest out and throw a fistful of 20s in. They even tip the cart guys a little more than I do. But here's the thing. In retrospect, or I guess in full circle, that same extra beer that they buy me, Trent, when you were down and we went out, you never went to your wallet. It's a revolving $20 bill, as we used to say. Now it's probably up closer to 100. But Trent, see, when you tell me that you get a Venmo of a receipt, throw in what you owe, that implies to me, and I could be wrong here, Trent, that implies to me that everybody's going to then look at said bill and go, well, let's see. I had the Cobb salad and I had water. And so this person had Coca-Cola. So I owe $7.84. I will Venmo that to you right now, as opposed to another generation prior who just said, what's the bill? $80. We'll leave 20. Everybody throwing 20. We good? Yeah. Okay. And we walk out. But that's all.
And I would prefer it that way, Mark. I would prefer it that way. But I'm working within the confines of what my generation does and what my buddies do.
Take charge, young man. Don't be a follower. Don't be a Venmo follower. How about the rest of you grow a set and we pay with cash like men? And you know what? We're going to go outside and we're going to smoke a cigarette and we're going to drink a Bud out of a can. All right?
And then play some darts. Okay, guess what?
Maybe pool, Trent. Maybe you'll play pool, all right?
Maybe we'll shoot some pool. Okay, you know what? You have my word. At this year's fantasy football getaway, I will make sure that at least one of the nights we pay in cash. You have my word.
In fact, I'll send you a pack of lung darts. I want you to all go outside and rip a Camel Light. That's what I want to see. All right, Miller and Moulton. Poll question. And someone says cheap people existed in our day. Yes, they did. There was always, to this day, I play golf with the same group of guys. Typically, if you win a bunch of money, it's on you to buy a drink or two for everybody. If you happen to be the only guy that day with a skin and you end up with $120 in your pocket, you really only win 40 or 50 because you pretty much line the place up with drinks. There are two guys that I play golf with. And everybody who listens to the show that I play golf with knows exactly who I'm talking about. No matter what, win or lose, they get their money and they're gone. They gone. They don't buy any drinks and they get out as fast as they can. So, yeah, there's always been cheap people. But my point is, when it's cash, we didn't allow it. We didn't let the chiseler say, well, I didn't get that. Then don't hang out with us. It's that simple. But so on that note, I know my audience. I know how this poll question will probably work out. But what do you use to pay with more, cash or Venmo? Not your debit card, not your credit card, because I think that would make it easy. I mean, we all are in a society now where we use a credit/debit card far more than we use cash. I get the convenience of it. I do it as well. And from a credit card standpoint, those of you like me that I own this business, it's a lot easier to keep track of things when you're using a credit card. So I get it. But between Venmo or cash, like Trent said, he's Venmo 10-1 over cash. 10-1.
Yeah.
And I would be probably 50-1 the other way because there's one person I pay with Venmo. But I am just judging our audience to see if we're getting a touch younger. And for those of us that, have kids, I'm guessing we're going to have to start Venmoing our kids' money.
Well, you might. And I guess the question is, what do you use to pay with more? It's not necessarily what do you prefer, what's better. What do you use more? Because I would argue that Venmo is used more than, I wouldn't even argue. I know that Venmo is used more now than cash is. But that's the question. What do you use more, whether you like it or not?
So Trent not only helping us out with what a credit card is, he just explained that the question, what do you use to pay with more? He broke down what more means.
I just don't want people to scroll past the poll question, not even think about it, and just vote for something.
We're getting a lot of explanations today. Anybody else feel like we're... I remember in my day when we used to be able to count our pennies and go get something to eat. And now I got to Venmo it. Let's all lock in and watch some baseball, everybody, and let's do it in black and white or on a transistor radio. One or the other. Because if you're like me, you feel a little older after that segment. There is no doubt about it. We will talk with Pat Kirwan coming up. We will talk with Andy Baskin coming up in the 8 o'clock hour.
I want to tell you quickly, Mark. So we talked yesterday about play-by-play on the radio in certain sports, and I got a text from my uncle saying college sports, specifically college football, is the best sport to listen to on radio. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, because you made a hell of a case yesterday for college football, but we kind of pushed baseball to the side just as, it was part of the prelude to the college football radio talk. Which one would you rather listen to on the radio? College football or baseball?
Baseball. I think baseball is a great radio product if the radio broadcaster is great, but I do think the last homer out there, and that's part of why college football on radio is great, is that you know exactly who Joe Zagacki's rooting for. You turn on a Canes game, and you know who Joe Zagacki's employed by. You knew who Mick Huber was employed by. You knew who Larry Munson, Bob Ufer, Eli Gold. I mean, you knew exactly who the team was. But because of the speed of baseball, and this is the old Tiger fan in me being lucky enough to grow up on Ernie Harwell, my memories of listening to baseball on the radio, that's how, I'm old enough that when I was a kid, there was only maybe a game, 2 or 3 games a week on with the Tigers and one national game. So our way to get the games was the radio. That was our conduit for many years up until regional cable became a thing. And all of a sudden you're getting 120 games broadcast on television. You were listening. And even when games were on television, you're up north. It's hot here. We'll watch stuff on TV. When it's summertime and you want to get out, and whether you're on the boat or whether you're camping or whatever you're doing, that radio was a great way to keep the baseball game around, and we didn't want to watch TV. We wanted to be outside, but you still wanted to listen to your team. So I can listen to any sport on radio and enjoy it. I mean, I'm a weirdo. I've listened to the Masters on the radio, so I'll take in any sport via radio because I like as someone who did play-by-play for a long time, I appreciate the art form. And when someone's good, it's a very, very enjoyable listen. We hope we are that to you as we age before you. My $20 bill not worth as much at this point in the segment as it was at the start of the segment. So if you could Venmo me the difference, that would be terrific. That's our poll question. What do you use more of, cash or Venmo? Trent's getting paid for the show via Venmo, and the amount he's getting paid after that ridicule that we just took might go down slightly. Magic numbers next.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Is that an ECU polo, Mark?
No, that is a Florida Southwest University or college, whatever. So it's a comfortable shirt. That was what I wrote. That's what I go for. The ECU one is all right. Very important that the golf shirt's comfortable.
Nothing wrong with that. What's the longest putt you've ever hit?
I don't know. Been playing golf for damn near 50 years.
But like roughly, does anything stick out to you? Or like you
No.
nailed a huge one? No? Okay.
No.
Just curious. 19. You like Costas, Mark?
No.
No.
Nope. Not at all. Feel like he talks down to me.
Yeah.
That he's the smartest guy in the room.
I can take him in doses.
It's a good. It was a great studio host. I don't like him as a play-by-play guy, but he tells you why baseball is better than every other sport, and I don't love that about him. I get why people like him.
My big brother does an incredible impersonation of him. Oh my gosh, I laughed my ass off. So of my three brothers, or my two brothers, I'm the third, right? So I was the last one to get into golf. And my dad had this work event where he got entered in a raffle to like win a golf club or something. And he got to choose from like the table of clubs or whatever. I don't know exactly what I wasn't there, so I don't know what the specifications were, but he was all fired up because I just got into golf and he was going to, he grabbed me a putter. He's like, I got you a new putter. It's a women's putter. So
it fits.
Eh.
Trent, I mean, Felipe drives a girl's car. I mean, you have a women's putter. That all fits. NBA is your favorite sport. I mean, this is all making a lot more sense.
Hoops. It's like, thanks, Dad. Thanks for thinking of me.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Appreciate you listening. Trying to figure out why the poll isn't showing the numbers. There we go. I'm telling you, nothing seems to work on the first run, but we'll get there. So, Trent, the last segment, you said very emphatically, I am sure more people pay with Venmo than with cash. Is that correct?
Yes.
Emphatically, you said that.
I did, emphatically.
And
yes,
like,
I said it with my chest.
That doesn't make sense to me. So I checked. And Trent, once again, you could not have been more wrong. Because like I said, the reason, because our poll question is, what do you use to pay with more, cash or Venmo? Then Trent explained to you what with more meant, which one you use more. So now we know that. We thank Trent for helping us older folk out. But I said I didn't put credit card or debit card on there because I know that's what you use most of the time. And in fact, 34% of Americans use their credit card to pay with more than anything else. 32% of you use your debit card to pay with. So those are clearly the top two. Everything else is just fighting for the other third. And cash is next at 13%. Other, which is all of your digital pay services, is 4%. Venmo, believe it or not, Trent, is actually third among digital currency. PayPal's number one. The Cash App is number two. Venmo is number three, for what it's worth. So those, and because our audience is older, we're on in Fort Myers, Naples, we're on in, Tampa, St. Pete, which are a little older markets, and certainly some of our smaller areas, Port Charlotte, Venice, would probably be the same way. The cash spending of the 55 and over crowd is the highest. So us old people, we still love our cash. 23% of our payments are in cash. Among your age group, 23 to 34, that's roughly twice as much. 12% of your transactions are cash. So,
and if I had it my way, Mark, that we'd be on your level. We would at least pay for a quarter of our things with cash, but we don't. So I'm just being realistic about it. Again, I
understand that you do both. I am just letting you know, and I'm letting our audience know.
Yeah.
What you puffed your chest out about happened to be misinformation. I am merely just trying to give people factual information, whether it is sports, whether it is Venmo, whether it's what you put on a hot dog. It's just factual information is all we're looking for. But like this person who says, to use cash, I have to make a separate trip to the ATM to withdraw it, much less convenient. I would say to that person, now maybe you don't have a ton of cash. If you go once in a while and you take out a lot of money, like, let's say $300, then you know what you always have with you? Cash. And I do think that when you have, if it's between, credit cards, you just throw them out there. It's just monopoly money. I don't have to pay this. Now it's great. Debit card, just take it out of my account. When it's cash, you're like, do I really need to spend it?
Well, you have to be selective about where you use it. If you're going to a food truck, use the cash. If you're going
No, Trent, you're missing the point. If you just have cash, you don't spend as much money. What you're saying is, I got to make my choice. Do I use my debit card or cash? Because I'm going to, even though I don't have it, I'm going to spend it. I'm going to play big bucks, no whammies with a credit card and get a bill and go, holy crap, $1,000. I'll just pay the interest this month.
I've got an uncle, he's probably watching right now, but he always told me that, Mark. He said if you pull out cash, then you know what your allowance is for that, month or whatever, that week. And then when you're out of cash, you're done spending money. That's when you know you got to stay in.
All right. Magic numbers, 8 and 19. And yes, someone pointed out, the 8 beer and Troy Aikman, but we do the pro number. And Trent, in the NBA, there's really only 119 worth mentioning. There's one young guy that might be good one day. That Ace Bailey wears 19. I don't know if he'll ever be good. He has the potential to be good. But Willis Reed, that's your 19 and hoop. But 19, by the way, not a great number. A good number, but not a great number. Baseball, this is a really solid list, by the way. I put Greg Luzinski on there because, one, I loved him as a player, and I know Philadelphia people love him. And he made Southwest Florida's home. May still used to run it to him at a bar I hung out at, a restaurant bar where I'd get sushi. He liked the place, too. Luzinski was in there a lot. I think he had his own hot sauce. He was very nice. I met him once. I don't care. I'm not that guy to run up. Oh, you're Greg Luzinski. I let him do his thing. But I was introduced to him one time. He was very nice. Other 19s, and this is a pretty solid list. So you've got Joey Votto, really solid player. You got Dave Righetti. That's the one I
thought of. Yeah.
Dave Righetti, really solid player. Everybody else on this list is like Hall of Fame or near Hall of Famer. Robin Yount, great player. Fred Lynn, great player. Bert Campaneris, good player to great player. And then you've got 2 all-timers. You got the best, arguably the best hitter to ever play, and Moulton would wax poetically about the other guy for hours. Bob Feller wore 19. And if you listen to the show for a length of time, you know how much David revered Bob Feller. Great pitcher, veteran. I mean, you can't say enough good things about the man. And Tony Gwynn. Tony Gwynn might have been the best pure hitter to ever play the game. I mean, not the most powerful, but you go look at his numbers, how many times he struck out, and look at what guys do now. I mean, he struck out less in his career, it seems, than guys strike out in a season now. All right, hockey. Again, this is a pretty damn good list because I'm skipping, there's the Butch Gorings of the world. I'll leave Joe Thornton on there. But I will do the last 5, and I will try to do this in order. One more, Rick McLeish, because he doesn't make my top 5. Really good for the Flyers. But I'm trying to do this without putting my own bias in the way. I'm going to put Jonathan Toews 5. I'm going to put Brian Trottier 4. And the next 3, I get really confused.
You know what number 1 is. Come on, Mark.
Well, it's not. Number 1's Larry Robinson from the Montreal Canadiens. It's the question of, I think it would go Sakic 3, Yzerman 2, Larry Robinson 1. That's what I think it is. And I'm struggling because I'm a Red Wing fan and I didn't like the Colorado Avalanche of those times. Now, if we did it as front office guys, Sakic wins. But as player, Yzerman and Sakic are really close. I'd probably give the nod to Yzerman. All right, football. I'll give you, there's a few guys that are wearing it now or wore it and have worn different numbers, both in the good category. You got Adam Thielen and you got Deebo Samuel. They're good players.
Yeah.
From Juju wore it when he started. From the kicker standpoint, Tom Dempsey, who set the record with the flat-toed shoe with the Saints back in the day against the Lions, the 63-yarder that stood forever, wore number 19 when he kicked that. But Ted Ginn Jr. too for you Dolphin fans. I had to throw that in. You got Lance Allworth, you got Keyshawn, you got Bernie Kosar, and you got Johnny Unitas. So Unitas, Larry Robinson, Bob Feller, Tony Gwynn. This is the top of this list is really, really good. And
Can I throw in Joe Montana Chiefs just for the sake of the name?
No.
You said Ray Allen Celtics yesterday.
Yeah, but Joe played 2 years with the Chiefs?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that he wore the number, and you're right. Johnny Unitas is definitely the guy in football. No doubt.
But Unitas is the guy in football. Larry Robinson to me in hockey and Yzerman and Sakic are close. They can step on the podium and not feel guilty. And then the baseball, Feller and Gwynn, that's all-time greats. That's a special wing of the Hall of Fame. And with Feller, it's just a special wing, period. Not just the baseball stats, but what he did as a human being. So there it is. There's your 19s. Maybe a little better than I gave it credit for because that's top heavy. That's like Oregon, Indiana, and Ohio State in the Big Ten. Top heavy.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I'm getting crushed in this poll question. Holy cow. Crushed. Empire, that's funny.
Trent, what did you hit? You just got 3 times louder all of a sudden. I can hear you banging on the desk. I can hear like almost the air conditioner going in the background. That is really weird.
Do I sound okay now?
You sound a lot louder. I mean, I can handle it. It's just
okay. I just hit on mute. That's all I did.
Now
I didn't change anything.
Now it's gone back. Maybe it's just you've got an automatic setting because it's
Sorry about that.
No. Montana wore 19 for 2 years. He was there for 2 years. For what it's worth, I know that because I think that's the first time Kansas City was good since Len Dawson, so it was a big deal. But right, he's a legend from the 49ers, Clark. That's a you thing. You've got your own legendary quarterback. You don't need to rely on, you can go Len Dawson right all the way to Mahomes now. You don't have to play this 2-year game with the old guy.
So there's no debate with Brady at 1. Do you put Joe Montana 2? Or do you put Peyton 2?
I mean, no,
or Mahomes. Honestly,
they're all different. I mean, I can put Marino right there, and he never won the last game. I mean, Marino was the best thrower of the football that I've ever seen play. Elway right there too. Being able to figure out ways to win and how to call an offense, what Brady and Peyton did is incredible. Montana was, there are things that I don't think he did. I don't remember Montana being this great deep ball thrower, but my God, they had, 3-4 guys that could all catch. And if they were open, he got them the ball in tight windows. Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
All right, I'm gonna kind of go down a bunch of different paths here, so bear with me, and thank you for listening. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. We've got Pat Kirwan coming up in about 20 minutes' time. So I went down this rabbit hole, and I tried to decipher who was better, Joe Sakic or Steve Yzerman. And I apologize, it's not hockey season. This is not a Lightning player. This was a great rivalry, though, in sports between Colorado and Detroit, particularly during this time, one of the better rivalries in sports. So I pulled it up. Games played, because today's 19 days away from the start of the NFL season. These are both 2 phenomenal 19s. They were both captains of their respective teams. They were both tremendously great players. games played. Yzerman's played in 136 more games. Yzerman scored 67 more goals. He has 47 more assists, and you can do the points from there. Yzerman's plus minus was substantially better than Sakic's for his career. Yzerman had a few more penalty minutes, which doesn't matter. Sakic much better in power play goals, not even close, 200 to 32. But there, it is amazing. Like points per game, Yzerman 1.16, Sakic 1.19. Sakic 13 All-Star games. He was a league All-Star at the end of the year 3 times. He won the MVP once. He won 2 Stanley Cups. He won 1 Conn Smythe. Yzerman 10 All-Star games, 1 first-team All-Star, 3 Stanley Cups, 1 Conn Smythe. I mean, they are so close in that. And whichever one you pick, I'm not going to argue with. Yzerman 1 more cup, but Sakic had an MVP. So Yzerman probably thought of maybe as a little bit better defensive center by the end because that's what Scotty Bowman was able to put into him. But it's amazing. And I'll still take Larry Robinson, the defenseman from Montreal, over both of them. So those are your 19s. I couldn't help it. I had to finish that one off. And upon further review, I did put Yzerman 2, but man, that's close.
Would it be acceptable to say that Sakic had a higher peak, but Yzerman had the better career?
I think the career, no, because Yzerman changed the way he played. Yzerman was scoring like at an unbelievable pace and had to change for Detroit to win. So yeah. No, their careers are, they're so incredibly similar.
I give Yzerman the edge, but you're the hockey guy. That's why I'm asking you. I mean, would it be acceptable to say Sakic just had a better peak, maybe a slightly higher peak as a player, but Yzerman was terrific throughout?
No, because they both played 20 plus years. They both played as young guys. They were captains forever. The careers are damn near mirror images of one another. They really are. And both go to the front office and one gets fired and the other one's still with Colorado. But neither here nor there. But I had to get to that. The other thing we've been discussing today is Trent has been giving us lessons on how to pay digitally. And you need it because apparently over 80% of you prefer cash to Venmo. And it makes me very proud today. Very proud. And it also, during that break, it was funny because we've got a couple of Chiefs fans. And man, oh man, they consider, it almost seems like they'd argue with a 49er guy to say, no, Montana's ours. It's like they love themselves some Joe Montana in Kansas City for playing 2 years there.
Which I can't believe because now that you have the Chiefs kingdom you do, which is Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid, even Tyreek Hill to a certain extent. I know he was only there for one of those championships, but but he played there for a while before that. I'm saying
here's my thing. No one's really claiming Tyreek Hill.
Okay, my point is
he's a really good player. He was really fast, but I don't know how many people are lining up to claim him.
Okay, so I should have said Chris Jones. But my point is they've had a lot of players, in the years since Joe Montana in the early 90s that have done a lot more for you, won you championships. Hell, Alex Smith did more for you than Joe Montana did. So that kind of surprises me a little bit that people want to claim Joe Montana. I understand he wore your jersey, but I'm not sitting here as a Pistons fan claiming Allen Iverson. Why would I do that?
21,000 is the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, 21,000. If you've never texted the show before, the keyword is Miller, and then you can let it rip. You were also talking, you called James Harden one of the all-time greats. I chastised you for it. I still think that at the end of the day, he's not one of the all-time greats, but it's tough to say he's not one of the greats of the 2010s. Because much like the Yzerman-Sakic debate, I had to go look up and check on one James Harden. And what I was blown away by is that he was first team NBA 6 times in a decade. So, and that's a decade with pretty good guard play. So he's getting those, accolades over the Steph Currys of the world in some years. So I thought that, he's certainly in his generation, and they just do 5 players because I don't even really think it's, but I mean, with Westbrook, with Steph, with in the guard play,
Chris Paul.
Yeah, boy, I have trouble with him being an all-time great too.
But I'm just saying of the era, the guards he was going against. I get what you're getting to here, which is he still, despite the competition, if you want to call it that, was able to put up those accolades. It's something. It's not nothing. No,
I mean, if you're by those that cover the sport, he's certainly a great of his decade. I wouldn't call him an all-time. I still wouldn't call him an all-time great. He's an all-time great scorer, but when you make the all-NBA team for basically 80% of a decade, those who cover the league think you are. It just shows me what we place in higher regard now. I mean, I look at him and I look at a guy like, he's obviously a better scorer than Gary Payton. But I mean, I look at guys that, I don't look at, when I look at guard play, I guess in my head, I still want a guy that can shut a guy down. And I've never seen, hey, put Harden on him, that'll stop him. It's get Harden the ball. So
let me be clear. I would rather have Gary Payton's 20 points and lockdown defense than Harden's 36 and no defense. Trust me. I'm with you on that. I guess my thing with Harden is I think a common misconception is that he just dribble, shoots, takes the air out of the ball. It's all about him. He's heliocentric, right? He led the league in assists twice. So, I mean, he runs the offense, okay? He's never been a great defender. He's never claimed to be. And at this point in his career, the whole reason this came up was because he signed a 3-year extension with the Cavaliers. I don't know if we're gonna see that through, or if he's gonna try to get out before then, because we know how the NBA is now. But whether you love him or hate him, James Harden has to be one of the greats of modern NBA history. He just is. He's won an MVP award. He's won a couple scoring titles, or I think 3. Yeah, 3 scoring titles and 2 assist titles. And like you said, Mark, he's made the All-NBA first team 6 times. He's an all-time great to me.
The numbers in his generation show that I guess that's what it is. It's just a different game. We value different things. And yes, he can score, and he's had a couple of years where he led an assist. It's just and I guess it's a little recency bias because he is now older. And the fact that we're throwing $100 million at guys that are going to be late 30s into 40s, that financially doesn't make sense to me. But I can't understand the league's finances, and they're swimming in money. The NBA is, I mean, when you look at what players are making now, I mean, we're getting to $60 million for top end guys a year. I mean, we're not far off from it being $1 million a game. And that's just, put it this way. If you had a super athletic kid and didn't steer him towards basketball, you'd be a fool. Because I know there's less of them, but football with a 3-year career. I mean, James Harden's going to play for 20 years. I mean, he's played 17 already. He just signed a 3-year extension. He's going to play from 20 to 40. And in that time, he's going to make over $500 million. 4 of them now that are going to get to $500 million. Durant, Steph, LeBron, and now James Harden. That is crazy to me. So just, but when you do break down the numbers, and the consecutive run of all NBA teams in the 2010s, it's hard not to say he's certainly a great of his era. To me, as an all-time great, I want to see a little more in the postseason. I want to see the signature postseason game that I can point to, because even though I give LeBron grief, for me, it's not even championship games where he won me over is when he scored the last 23 against the Pistons to win the series. It's like he won that game by himself on a team that wasn't good. That's a game that for LeBron, I remember. We can all point to different Michael games in the playoffs. You can point to Magic or Larry if you want to go back to that. But, the NBA's salaries are just ridiculous now to begin with. And he's not, trust me, he's the 4th $500 million man. Wait now with what they're making. We're going to have, it won't be I wonder who the first $1 billion player is going to be. I mean, and earning $1 billion on the court. Because LeBron won't get there. He's made over $1 billion with endorsements and all that kind of stuff. I get it. But I mean, on the court, when we're talking $60 million a guy, if you were to play, 16, 17 years, you hit it. So the salaries are going to go up. We're going to have guys making $80 million not too far from now.
It's going to be Wemby if he can stay healthy. And if he can't, I'll tell you right now, I'm not predicting this, but I guess my second leader in the clubhouse would be Cooper Flagg. Like, I really, because I think we're right there, Mark. And I think Cooper Flagg showed enough in his rookie year where he can have the longevity and make that sort of money. I think you're onto something.
Cooper, that was where I was going to go, because Wemby, I don't ever see him playing 20 years. I just see that body and I'm going, man, if he could play 20 years, that would be something. It really would. And, people are trying to go to the old school with the hand checking, and I will actually say that's valid points. That's the other reason that guys today can play longer. Yeah. The physicality is not, we protect the offensive player more now in every sport, but particularly in basketball than we ever have before. So we will probably, by the time, by 2050, there will be a guy that will have made $1 billion. Maybe by 2045, there will be a guy that have made $1 billion playing basketball on the court. We've got 4 that are at $500 million now.
Yep, and I think Wemby's that guy if he can stay healthy. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But just to close the circle, James Harden, you don't have to love him. Yeah, I know most people don't, actually. But he is within the confines of what the NBA is right now. He he manipulates the rules. He does what he has to do. He is an all-time great for this era. For the 2010s, you can't name...
You can't say an all-time great, but he's for this era. It's one or the other. He's either an all-time great, and Trent, seriously, if you say all-time great, say it. That means you're comparing him with the Jordans, you're comparing him with the Magics, and you say among everybody he's an all-time great, or he's a great player in his era. It can be both, but if you can't say it's one, not the other, and then say he's an all-time great. I mean, I'm sorry. You got to...
I know.
But out and actually, here, Trent, I'm being serious. Have an opinion and stick with it. Don't let me change your mind. Don't let the Twitch chat room change your mind. If you think he's an all-time great, say it. But don't give everything a disclaimer.
It just doesn't... I don't have the same criteria as you. I'm saying 5 years ago when they did the NBA All-75 team, he was on that team for a reason.
So you say he's an all-time great, yes or no?
Yes.
There you go. There you go, Trent. Don't be afraid to have your opinion and stick with it. Don't change your mind so quickly, and don't give two opinions in the same opinion. If you think he's an all-time great, stick your chest and say so. I don't.
He's an all-time great, just like Allen Iverson was an all-time great, won an MVP, went to a finals, lost to a better team. Great scorer, great stats, bad team is what it is.
He's played for some pretty good teams. There's no doubt there. Miller and Moulton, the Great Eight coming up. Pat Kirwan on the other side to talk the NFL, although I don't see Pat, so it's time to bother him with a few texts. Then we'll talk to Andy Baskin about the Cleveland Browns, who's going to play quarterback and for how long, and the Guardians, who are trying to make their way into the final playoff spot in the American League. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Lots of NFL news to get to. We'll talk some fights in the preseason in these camps, but they're not going away with the dual practices. Pat's told us many times how these coaches love the dual practices because they can get into specific situations that they don't get into in preseason games, and that working on essentially with your own team doesn't get the same type of reps. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Want to text the show, 21,000, Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. Poll question is up because it started with Trent saying he pays with Venmo 10-1.
And I am getting destroyed in this poll question right now.
But it's what you do. It shows that our audience is a little older. If we do this in another couple of years, Trent, if you bring youth to the show, maybe it'll be more 50-50. But it started with me yesterday when it turns out this whole drug bust at Penn State largely started because kids were paying with Venmo for their cocaine. What's the world coming to? What happened to cash, everyone? You can't use it at the ballpark anymore, and apparently you can't use it for Peruvian marching powder at Penn State University. The magic numbers are 8 and 19, 19 days away from the start of the NFL season. We'll talk the NFL with Pat Kirwan next.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning, Mark. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good. Getting back to normal life. I'm going to do a radio show from home today. How you need?
Yeah? I saw you had yesterday off. I was proud of you.
I had, a couple of, actually, Jake and I both had scrimmages with older kids that we had to be at.
Yeah, well, I get it. I mean, when you're gone that long, you miss everything. You worked a bunch of Sundays, for crying out loud.
Oh yeah.
I just turned it on and heard a woman's voice, and I didn't have to know that it was Jacob or you. I knew it wasn't you, Pat. That I was sure of.
Well, then I just recommend you move on.
I did. I didn't. I actually, I go through my Sirius and I heard that and I'm like, it's funny because now I've told you this, but it's so funny. Now we've got the carpool and you get it with the Catholic schools. So now I'm picking up my daughter and a friend. And my daughter still, if I have you on, oh, well, that's moving the chains. Like she knows. And then she went, he's been to our house before, right, Dad? I'm like, yes, he has.
Well, why don't you finish the sentence when she asked that question? He's been in our garage without permission.
Well, that's what I told her. I said, because I asked her, I go, Maddie, do you remember when I had that stone crab thing? She goes, not really. I go, Pat really liked it. I go, because he would come over and he had the code to the garage. He wouldn't just come to the house. He'd come there when I wasn't there. And hey, Mark, I left you 100 on top of the freezer. I took stone crabs. Talk to you next week.
That was it.
Oh, that was a fun year. I got to be honest with you. I enjoyed that myself. I did have, and in fact, I got to find the text, Pat. Someone on the text line last week said that they've got basically like a mom and pop stone crab operation. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, but you turned me on to that kid from Mississippi State.
Oh yeah, he's great.
He's the best.
I love Jimmy. He's awesome. Big Jimmy.
Yep. He's also a watermelon farmer.
Oh yeah, he does everything. Like, I mean, he fishes. I've only talked to him on the phone. I can't wait to meet him. I met his parents. I talked to his dad for a while. I've talked to his mom for a while. I've talked to his girlfriend, but I've never I talked to him on the phone, but I never met him.
I have, and we've had pictures taken, football conversations. The dad was great. He told me, a young guy told me, Jimmy told me that he's saving his money to move to Alabama and build a farm.
That's awesome. His dad, I talked to his dad for a while. His dad's retired and helps him out, but his dad's been in Naples. First off, I mean, come on now, he's been here for like 50 years. A black dude in Naples, that's already something. But he worked for FP&L, and he talked about being out where they live and putting, stuff in for FP&L on those roads in like the 70s.
Yeah.
Think you're running into rednecks now out there? Try going out to Golden Gate in 1976.
Yep.
That would be a treat.
Yeah. They're a good family, and mom's great. The whole thing is great.
Yep, they really are. They're all super nice people.
He also told me it's not so much a business, it's more of a passion, but any guys that he think have Division I talent, he takes them to the colleges.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I know he coached before he started this. He was coaching high school ball.
Yes. And they fired the head coach, and he just said, I'm not going to go with the next guy. But he takes the good players around the country, mostly Southeast Conference schools.
Good for him.
Yep. Oh, then there's Detroit Trent up there.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Hour number 3 on a Friday. That means Pat Kirwan. Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. And Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Good morning, Pat. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see you, the two of you, and happy to be home and kind of just getting back to a normal football show, 3 to 6 Eastern time, and being able to be around to see the kids and everything else. So that's good. But a lot of conversations for me. I was talking to a number of coaches about the back to school phenomena. Oh, I don't think I'm doing very well. I think I'll go back and get paid. I had a guy who told me 2 days ago, look, they called up a guy who had done playing, thought he'd get drafted, didn't. I tried to get him in the camp as a walk-on, really, and no one wanted him. He ran too slow, but he was sitting at home, and he got a call and said, would you like to come back to school? Now, I can't mention the school. He's already played 5 years. He goes, no, we can get you out from under one of those years. You didn't play enough, and there's a lot of money out there for you if you'd like to come back. And here's what I want to ask Mark. Mark, this is going to creep up. Once they say what they've done, we've had a guy that had a sack in a preseason game, and he's going back.
Right.
What's going to happen, Mark? This is hypothetical. Let's just take Allaire, the kid, the 4th quarterback in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Now, you and I know there's a couple ways to keep him, but if he looked around and said, wait a second, you know how much money that guy'd make if he announced he'd go back?
I mean, I think Texas Tech would open their pocketbook because they lost Thorsby. We all know that story. So that's a team right there that has national title aspirations, but they lack a quarterback. They also have that Campbell that's spending all the money in college football, the booster. So, Pat, $1.5 million, $2 million without batting an eye now.
From what I've been told, when I asked that hypothetically, it was 5 to 7.
Because I know if your roster's full, you've got to kick a guy off, which stinks because that means some high school, senior that's a freshman in college is probably getting bounced from a roster. So there are things you have to go through. But they made this 5-year, 5 for 5. They didn't grandfather players in. The NCAA seems to screw up right and left. But Pat, let me ask you this. If you spent a 4th round pick on a guy and you send him back to college, you don't keep his rights, do you?
Well, you keep your draft pick. Remember, this goes back to Bo Jackson. They kept the rights to Bo at Tampa for 1 full year, right up to the day of the draft the next year. They had the right to negotiate with him and sign him. So, yeah, you'd keep his rights.
Okay, so if you're Pittsburgh, and I'm being serious here, I know he could get hurt, but what about sending him back? You have a quarterback situation because you got Howard the year before from Ohio State. You want to keep Mason Rudolph because he's a legit backup. So why wouldn't you say, why don't you go back to college and we'll sign you right after the year to your NFL contract, and this kid can go make a bunch of money for 1 year? Why wouldn't Pittsburgh do that?
This is why I think the thing has not even, it's just the tip of an iceberg. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to figure out how to manipulate this thing to now all of a sudden college football is a true minor league. You're sending guys back. So get ready for the next chapter in this whole thing of back to school. I don't think we're even figured out all the ways this might work. But anyway, it's an interesting reality. It's a roster spot. If you thought the guy was you're going to have to stash him, or you couldn't stash him, or whatever, maybe that's what happens.
What's a day 2 pick make in the NFL, Pat? A 2nd, 3rd round pick? Because I'm just trying to think here. If you're a 3rd round pick, the odds are you're going to make the team. 4th round, I don't know, and how much you're going to play. But if you're a 3rd, 4th round guy that went back to college, I can look and see what Ohio State's paying guys. I think it's more than they're getting for that 3rd-year deal in the NFL, right?
It's pretty close to that, especially by position, right? A pass rusher, a quarterback, a cover corner. And if you can't prevent them from staying, then we got another whole issue here. But the NCAA did it to themselves. And sooner or later, they're going to challenge the draft itself, which we've talked about for 40 years. The draft is an unusual non-American philosophy, right? We are going to pick you. In the real world, if you got a degree in business administration and you got interviews with Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, you're going to pick your job. It's not a draft, but the draft thing might be coming under some jeopardy as well.
Well, Pat, I think I know your answer to this, but do you think there's enough talent in the league to constitute that sort of thing where you have guys that can maybe go back to college for a little bit or something like that, or even expand the league? You get what I'm saying? Do you think there's enough talent in the league? Period.
I don't think the league's going to win on that question. You're asking, well, hey, they're going to find out that they don't own the rights to the player. And remember, even the kid who's going back, like there's 33 or 34 of them.
Right.
I think today or tomorrow is the deadline for this stuff. But I got this one. This was funny because a player said to a school, I don't think I'm going to be eligible. The answer was, I got an attorney that'll make you eligible. Don't worry about that.
Well, and I mean, like there was 2 starters from Ole Miss that are talking about going back. One's a tight end, one's a D lineman. Now, I think Ole Miss would take him in a heartbeat, but does Lane have room for it? I mean, there'll be bidding wars for these guys. And you talk about mercenaries, Pat. There's already a bunch of them in college football that are just going to the highest bidder. I mean, and I know you kind of pay attention at the end of the year, and you've talked about the money. Pat, there are a lot of kids, and there are pro players that do it. But seemingly right now, there are more young kids that are saying, LSU's paying me $300,000. SMU's paying me $320,000. I'm going for they don't care. It's whatever the most money is. And these players I think they're going to hold some college teams hostage, Pat.
Well, they will. And there is bidding wars for some of the players. And I saw a guy, who I know, that I never thought was very good. I thought he was just a good college player. He stepped up from a smaller school to a bigger school. I said, he's going to struggle at that level. He got $1 million last year. He got $1 million. And he was a backup.
All right, let's talk a little more, not necessarily on the field, but more philosophical too, Pat, because
Sure.
this has been on my mind because the Saints and the Cowboys just were levied big fines for the preseason fights at practice. Then the next day, the Dolphins and Giants get into it. I'm sure there will be fines coming with that. Pat, I've heard some players say they hate the dual practices. You have always talked about how much coaches and general managers love them. If that's the case, we know they're not going away. But when look, we go back to whatever, the 70s and 80s and talk about there was always fights in practice. It's a different world. There is less time hitting. The jobs are pretty much set. So fighting's now a deterrent. It leads away from the amount of time guys get to hit at practice. And we don't have a lot of that anymore. So when you see fighting, do you think it's an immature team? Do you think it's a hungry team? What do you see when you see these fights in practice?
Well, the people that don't fight, let's start at the other end. The guys that don't fight is because the two head coaches control their players. And many guys don't want to scrimmage with coaches that they don't know. They want to iron out the stuff beforehand, and they want to jump on the very first opportunity to throw a guy off the field for starting a fight. Now, the biggest fight I saw on my camp tour was their own team. They were not scrimmaging anyone. They put the pads on the first day of pads. They had 6 individual fights at practice. 6 skirmishes that popped up every 5 or 10 minutes with coach yelling, be smart, play, all that stuff. And then it popped again. So I think the fining is going to help a little bit. I hope the fines get bigger if you really want to control it. But the guys who tell me I don't fear fights because I know the head coach of the other team and we are not going to tolerate it. But if you have anybody that kind of now, I'll take it back to the Buddy Ryan days. I don't know. I think Buddy was evaluating the fights. He kind of liked the thought of who's tough about it. So I think you have to manage it from up top with the head coach. And I think you got to throw guys off the field. If you're a young guy trying to make the team and you get thrown off the field the first time you throw a punch and you don't go again, well, you're not being evaluated anymore. There's risk there.
Pat, what's more dangerous then? Is it preseason football where it's quote-unquote meaningless snaps, or is it these joint practices where guys get in skirmishes?
Well, most dangerous is the games because the officials have to officiate it like a game, so you can bring the quarterbacks to the ground. There's no fast whistle in a preseason game. In the scrimmages, there is a fast whistle for everything, plus you can't touch the quarterback. And so the coaches like it because they can manage the contact impact. And even on a running play, they'll blow the whistle fast, and rather than see if the guy was going to break that tackle. So they manage the officials in the scrimmages, and that makes it safer.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio, moving the chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. When you look get back to the joint practices, because there have been injuries. The Chargers lost their center. There are guys, and they're just freak injuries, guys falling on guys. That's part of it that I know teams worry about, but that's not really what coaches and GMs worry about, right? I mean, they know that injuries are going to happen in preseason, but they love what they can get done at these practices, right?
Yeah, the situational stuff you don't get done. First off, how many guys are playing their starters for a whole game? No one. Absolutely no one. And consequently, your starters may never get a red zone snap, definitely have a chance of never getting a goal line snap. So there's a lot of things that go on with that. So you want to get your situational work done. One coach was saying to me, we don't get any work on the coming out offense. When you start on your own 1 yard line and you're 99 yards away, that's a whole different offense. And you may not get any reps at that. So they're looking for the situational play. They're going to get it. There are not as many fights as you think, but because of the fights, which lead to fines, which lead to topics on shows, we're talking about it. And I get it, but there's plenty of scrimmages. I saw 2 scrimmages. The Saints were going at it. They were going at it with Jacksonville. There were no fights. They were just going at it. I saw the Miami Dolphins out there doing it, and there were no fights. So there's plenty of places. Someone on the staff has to supervise it. I supervised ours, and we were able to control most of it. We had funny things that happened at them. I remember old-time Herschel Walker would line up at the running back and yell to the linebacker, "I'm going to run an out route." and he'd still be open.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chains. CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show, and Pat joins us twice a week. Football season's here, gang. Courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers with locations from Tampa to Key West. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
Buying
sound.
or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, my friend.
All right. I've got one for you coming back. I think you have a story on this guy, so I'll give it, because we've been doing the magic numbers and it's 19 days away from the NFL season, so we go through the best 19s in every sport. Well, you got to have a Keyshawn story for us, don't you?
I got a couple of those.
That's what I thought. So that's where I'm going to start. I looked at him like going, ooh, because the 19s in football, I mean, after you get past Unitas, there's, they're all kind of, I mean, Keyshawn might be the next best 19. He or Kozar.
Well, we'll talk about how I gave him the number 19.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Outstanding. So
little did he know the fate of his number was in the hands of a ninth grader, my son. Yes. How about the team? Your 19 days is such an important statement you've made twice now. We have 19 days to the start of the season, and we got three teams that can't decide who their starting quarterback's going to be.
Browns,
Atlanta,
at
Las Vegas.
Well, are they really deciding, or are they going to really try to let Mendoza start?
They better not.
That's where I am. I think that's just them not telling us.
Well, they don't know Kirk Cousins very well then. That guy, he kind of thrives on loyalty. He knows he earned the job.
Who's the last number one overall pick to not play right out of the gate, though? Not saying it's wrong. I'm trying to think.
They're all going to play, right? Because people, by the time this rookie season's 2/3 over, they're all out on the field.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to think, Pat. Like, who was the last number one overall pick that didn't play week one?
Right away.
Does Carson Beck start by the end of the year?
Oh, I know. Well, Carson Palmer didn't play this whole year. The whole year, he was the first pick in the draft.
Okay.
I was dealing with him on a personal level every week, every day.
Gotcha.
and they just said we're going to play. They played some old timer for the year. Kitna. They played John Kitna for the year.
John Kitna. I know about that guy.
Yep.
Having a cup of coffee at the 50-yard line at halftime of Thanksgiving, 2009, I think.
Yeah. Well, the other problem they face, the Raider problem, is they want to give the guy a lot of reps.
Yeah.
And to me, Cousins can play right now. He doesn't need any more reps. He knows the offense. In practice, he's probably modified the offense himself personally to make it work. Tua is another story. I don't know what they're fooling around for in Cleveland. Just tell everyone Watson's playing and
Exactly.
don't worry about the fans.
Yeah.
I mean, and look at if you start off poorly and you're 2-5, then put Shador in. I don't care, but you've got to figure out if Watson can play. You have to.
You better give your fans the best chance to win. And so what if they're booing? It doesn't matter. They don't even know what they're booing at. They're booing at a contract the owner gave them.
Yeah.
What do
They're
we
not
say?
booing the player himself.
Well, I think they are. I think they're booing the guy. He's not a good dude.
They might be
But trust
booing
me,
the human
trust me,
being.
if he wins 2 of his first 4 games, they're done booing him.
Yeah, I love when he said, I don't care if they're booing.
Yeah, you don't care right now.
I think they all care. I think every player's 90% of the players, 95% of the players have rabbit ears.
That's okay. They also have direct deposit.
Darn right. Darn right.
Mic drop, Pat.
I just couldn't resist.
No, I
say it all the time on my show, so I have no problem saying anything here because to get where they are, they had to handle a lot of things. And Alex Smith said it to me best. He goes, I wasn't going to be good till I stopped caring what everyone said.
all right, here we go. That's a great line, by the way.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us. A little more time with Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show, and Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers. Pat, I did want to get to this and make you kind of go backwards and tell a story because I know you've got to have at least one. But we've been doing the magic numbers, and we're 19 days away from the start of the NFL season. So we go through the best 19s, and Unitas is the best 19 to play in the NFL. But Keyshawn might be the next best. And I know you spent time with Keyshawn. I know you know Keyshawn very well. You've got to have a Keyshawn story or two from your time with the Jets.
Well, many stories, but to stay in line with the theme of the number 19. So he held out. We went out and signed a couple of receivers to get through. We had Jeff Graham took from the Bears. We had a bunch of guys, and plus we had the undrafted free agent named Wayne Corbett. So we were moving along, and I basically told Keyshawn and his agent, "You got to stay calm with these things." I said, "Look, you come when you want, but we're ready to play without you. And if you want this to happen, and you lose all your off the field deals, you go right ahead." One day, we're about 2 weeks into practice. The knock on the door. My secretary said, "Keyshawn Johnson and his agent are here." I said, "Oh, great. Send him into the conference room." So I walked in, and he was ready to sign. It was hardly a fight. He was ready to go. And I said, "You're not getting all the things I told you. This is the deal I offered you the day of the draft. So we haven't even moved off that." And I said, "I can do something for incentives." And we went through that whole thing, and eventually we agreed, and now he's got his pen out, and he signs it, and he says, "What number am I getting?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to tell you something." Back then, there were rules about what numbers you could wear. So I said, "We're not taking a jersey off a college free agent because you want the number. I'm not doing that to that kid. That kid's been here for 2 weeks." My son, Sean, who was a sophomore in high school, was working downstairs in the equipment room stuff. And I said, "Sean, go downstairs and ask the guy, the head of the equipment, whatever jerseys we have left. Now we got 90 guys out there, so there's not a lot of jerseys left. So Sean goes downstairs and calls back up to me and says, the only number we have that you could wear out to practice is 19. I said, perfect, bring it up. So he brings it up. I go, here's your jersey. And he looks, he goes, 19? I said, I told you, I'm not taking a jersey off anyone. So he goes out and practices, and the second day, the league office calls me going, you can't, he's got it. You can't keep that jersey on him. I said, well, it's too late. They've already manufactured about 1 million of them in Taiwan, and they're on their way over here. So he stayed with 19 his whole career. But I always say to Sean, thanks for going downstairs and picking out a number for him, Sean.
That's great. That's fantastic. The other thing we talked about during the break, and I do want to get to because it's relevant, 19 days away. There's still quarterback jobs out there. How's that possible, Pat?
I think that the head coaches are trying to keep something alive that shouldn't be alive. 19 days, you barely have enough time. You're not practicing all 19 days. You're certainly not putting your starter out in the third preseason game. So you have very limited time. So there's 3 examples here. The Cleveland situation, why don't we just admit Watson's the best chance to win? I interviewed the head coach. He thinks Watson still has some football left in him. That wasn't enough to say he was better than Shedeur, but it was really relevant to me that that's the right guy to start off with. And Mark, you've said it before. If he fails in a month, you bench him and you put in Shedeur, and then you deal with drafting one next year. Atlanta, all of a sudden, Penix is almost ready to come back. Tua did not play very well in the first game. He has not distinguished himself at practice. I was there, not very good. So if Penix can get healthy in time, you might see him. And then the Cousins and the Mendoza thing. This is ridiculous. But Mendoza, let's look at what he did the other day. He throws for 80 yards. He's sacked. He's hit 4 times. He's intercepted. He generates 3 points. It's Cousins' football team. But I think they're trying to give as many reps as they can to Mendoza before the season starts. Cousins is the one guy that I think could get by and start and be pretty effective without a lot of practice between now and the opener. We all know he's a real pro. But this idea that we're not even ready to decide with limited time left to get ready, I go back to Belichick, who told me we used the whole month of September to still install. That's when he had Tom Brady. What was installing? Tom was installed. He knew what he was doing. This is a different world. These head coaches need to announce the starter and give all the reps to the starters, but they're not doing it.
Well, of all those teams, Pat, Cleveland, Atlanta, and Vegas, which one do you think, with a quarterback battle, actually has a chance to do anything?
Well, Cleveland's a mess, and then they lost Alex Wright, their best pass rusher, for a while here. He got a leg injury. So I don't think they're going anywhere. Atlanta, they're hard to like and they're hard to hate because they've got a couple of key star players. Like if you get against a defense that can't stop the run, Bijan could blow you up. They got a couple guys with Drake London and the tight end and all that stuff, but they've lost their pass rushers, so that's a mess. And Las Vegas is in 4th place, and if there were 5 teams, they'd be in 5th place.
Pat, we've been kind of going through a team a day that I've been getting a beat writer, radio guy on, and we talked Cowboys the other day. And Donovan Lewis, smart guy, knows his stuff, but when asking about, the 12 and 13 personnel that you've talked about, he's like, man, they like their third receiver so much. I don't see a lot of it here. I see them more 3 out than anything else. I asked this for a team like Dallas specifically, but there are other teams that it applies to. If you're not going to run 12 and 13 personnel and you think you're going to throw it around, I mean, you're almost admitting that we can't play defense. But the other part of it, aren't you, if you have a defense like Dallas, if you have it, I mean, Cincinnati, I look at these 2 teams as almost mirror images. The quarterbacks that like to throw it around, great receivers. In Cincinnati, they got a really nice running back. But if you're not going to pound it, aren't you just exposing that defense in long run? That's not the right answer.
It is in a sense. You'd love to control the clock and run the ball and all the old-fashioned things that give you a reason to protect your defense. But let's go back to why in 12 and 13, because the undersized defense on the other side can't stop the run. And if these guys want to stay in nickel, when you come out in 2 and 3 tight ends, you have to pound the ball at them because they're asking the nickel back to come up and be run support and force on the strong side. I was talking to a safety the other day, Tyke Smith, and he was talking about the problems at 13 for him as a strong safety. There they are, 3 tight ends lined up together. You're thinking run the whole way, but it's also an unbalanced line. If you take those tight ends, tight end number 1 is next to the tackle. Okay, that's traditional. But the next one's right next to him. Now you've got a D gap. And the one after that, you got an E gap. It's an unbalanced line to the safety, and he's looking to bump the whole defense over. Now what does that do? If the other receiver on the other side is an elite player, Drake London type guy, you're getting total single coverage. So there's reasons to throw the ball out of that stuff, and they can force you into rolling the defense. And Tampa Bay likes to roll. They like to blitz. You know, you can get you can get what you want one-on-one on the opposite side of that stuff. So a lot of things going on with it. But 11 personnel is still the number 1 personnel group in the NFL. But I tell listeners all the time, the second tight end, the third tight end, the third receiver, and the fullback, they all stand together next to the coach calling the plays. You have to pay attention to who he's shuttling into the games.
Who's 30 seconds? Who's ahead in the chess match in this right now? OC or DC?
I think this is the OC's shot at taking a shot at defenses, and the Rams opened the door for this. They showed us how to do it, and everybody saw it, and now they want to all do it. So they're going to do it. And will it overtake 11 and 11? Probably not, but we could go from 13 personnel could go from 10 snaps a game to 30 snaps a game.
That's significant. That's very significant. He's Pat Kirwan. He's back to twice a week. Next week, he'll be in his usual spot, Tuesday, Friday. And football is almost here. Pat, thanks so much. Enjoy your weekend, my friend.
You too, my buddies. Have a good time out there.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Chris, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, they're running Twitch ads during the middle? Well, then you can subscribe and they go away. If you're subscribing, you shouldn't get ads during time. If you're not subscribing, then that can happen. I didn't, as far as the college guys, look at, it's a texter. We'll get into it next hour because we got Andy Baskin next, but they set themselves up. They just started doing what today, Dad? Or because you're on, did you switch from one to the other? And no offense, not anything for a buck. I changed some monetary settings on Twitch because, I would like to make an extra buck. I think we hit a certain number, so they're running more ads on us because there's more people watching. I don't know. Trust me, I would love you all to be subscribing. I'd like to get paid by all of you. I make no mistake about this. I mean,
Johnny, there you go. Have fun. Yesterday, as I was coming off the course, I ran into my cousin who just had a shoulder procedure probably a month ago, and it was his first time back out. So that made me happy. So hit him straight, my friend.
All right, I got it. Andy went to voicemail, so hopefully he calls back. Yes, I do, Left Twix. I like earning money. I do.
Don't we all?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Expected to get in touch with Andy Baskin to talk a little Cleveland Browns and Cleveland Guardians. I got Cavs on the brain because of the James Harden $93 million. We may go there with Andy if he does call us back. Andy's usually really good. Phone went to voicemail, so I don't know what the story is. But we did talk about it with Pat, and someone asked in the chat room my thoughts, and we did get a text on it as well of the 5-year eligibility. Do I like it? Or do I like the players being able to go back to college? No. Once you play pro, to me, it should be over with. Unfortunately, there are judges everywhere that are issuing these temporary restraining orders. And I looked at it because I'm trying to make sure that I have this correctly, because when I said there's a bidding war, someone immediately texted and said, No, there's not, because there was a NCAA ruling that doesn't allow them to go anywhere other than the last school they attended. Well, I started looking that up. It's not a blanket rule. Any fifth-year player who gets cuts by an NFL team can return to college. It's a temporary court-ordered exemption involving specific athletes. So, yes, they may enter the transfer portal, and one already did. Brown's tight end Daquan Wright entered the portal after receiving his temporary eligibility protection. So I was
frustrating.
Well, it's not frustrating because I'm not involved. I'm not paying any of these players, so it doesn't affect my team. It doesn't, my team's not good, so I don't, from a college football standpoint, I don't get annoyed that way. I'm just trying to figure out, and I'm having a difficult time because, David and I, for a long time, were of the opinion that you should make these kids athletes or employees. That seemed to be the solution. We thought so. We talked to a lot of people who are smarter than us when it comes to this. There were a lot of them, Amanda Kristovich, others that said, yeah, I think they should go that route. Andrew Brandt, who I have the utmost respect for and has been on the show countless times, I presented it to him. He's like, well, which ones are going to be employees? Just football players? What about the women's team? How are they going to all collectively negotiate, collectively bargain? Because every athlete's different with what they get. Every sport's different. And I'm like, oh boy, now you just opened up a whole nother can of worms. And he was of the opinion, and again, this is a guy who's worked in media, worked in the Packers front office, has been an agent, and is now working in the NIL area. So he's done more of this than I ever would, more than I could ever read on the subject. It's what he does. And he thought the best way was to get some sort of help from Congress. Well, that opens up its own mess of circumstances. We don't even like Congress. They have a lower approval rating than dentists, for crying out loud. No offense to you dentists out there. I'm not an anti-dentite. I was just having a little fun. It's the Seinfeld in me. Okay, but we all know what the approval rating of Congress is, and it's horrible. And do we really want our Congress people to be experts in collegiate sports? No, I want them to do a lot of other things. So where are they getting their help? When they put this whole thing together, there wasn't one athlete on there. I think Charlie Ward was, but he's a coach now. So they didn't have any athletes. They had Nick Saban. Well, who's he going to stick up for? And how's this going to work long term? We had taken advantage of college athletes for next to ever. Now it's completely changed and there's zero control. Like, I know, Trent, you hate the guys getting paid and you hate the transfer portal. I'm fine with them getting paid. And I also understand just how many times the NCAA screwed this up, thinking that they would ultimately win. And now that they haven't won, they keep losing every time. So if it's Congress helping out, because Trent, I want a czar of college sports. Well, that's not going to happen. That's not even realistic. So what's a realistic expectation? We're not putting the tube back in the toothpaste. So without some sort of set of, give them the antitrust and say they can only play 5 years so that they can actually enforce a rule. But even then, they're just going to run to another judge that seemingly sides with the athlete every time. So I'm very confused. I would like these guys who declare themselves eligible for the NFL, that college would say, nope, you can't come back. But we've already found that that's not the case.
And it's one thing if a player chooses to, like, I'll use the NBA, for example. Like, a player chooses to go test the portal, or not in the portal, the
draft.
Combine, test the draft, see what people have to say, and you come back to school. That's one thing. But if you go, to your point, Mark, if you go to the NFL and you play in a preseason game or two, that's professional experience. I don't care how many of those guys are actually going to be on the roster. That's the NFL. It is. So then you cannot just come back to your school. So what's the answer? There isn't one. I would love to give you one. I don't have one, and I don't think you do
because
either.
don't say because the NBA doesn't matter either. These guys are signing G League contracts. They're out of college for 3 years and coming back and playing college ball. So, I mean, I think ultimately, I thought that making them employees was the best way. I then worry because you could say, well, if he's an employee, can he be an employee forever? You only can be an employee until you're 25. You only can be an employee until you've worked for this company for 5 years.
Well, but then you get into the messy territory of contracts. That's where you get into that problem.
Well, right. But if they're employees, why couldn't they be employee for life? Why couldn't the kid be a college point guard for 10 years? I mean, look at the Purdue kid who was really good. Is he going to be a good NBA player? Probably not. But he could be really good in college for 10 years. Why can't he do that if he's an employee? So that's where, I do think that, unfortunately, I don't like the idea of the government intervening, but without giving them some antitrust and setting up a set of rules that everybody has to play by, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know of a better answer right now. I don't necessarily love this bill. I think there are things in it that should be scrapped. But if it gets us some sort of a cap, if it gets us some sort of eligibility rules, and then maybe we're on to something.
So here's your answer, and I'm going to say answer in air quotes because it's not the answer, but it's a start, is we have to start treating, shocker, college sports like professional sports, okay? The problem is there's no commissioner. There needs to be contracts, there needs to be a salary cap, there needs to be negotiation, all that stuff. There's no commissioner because the NCAA has no backbone, and they're not going to appoint one. Well, and that is the ultimate roadblock for me.
The NCAA doesn't even matter in football anymore. They don't rule football. So do you want a commissioner in every sport? Because I don't think you could have one college commissioner. You could have a college football commissioner, but college football is different than basketball. Oh, by the way, Trent, what are you doing with Title IX?
Well, okay, so that's a whole separate can of worms. I got you, but I would rather
not if you're trying to say college is all under one umbrella. Like without football splitting off and doing his own thing, it's not a different. It's all in the same can, Trent. It's maybe in a different area where the worms are, but it's all part of the same problem.
Okay, and I got you. I guess maybe set football aside for a second because I'm with you. That's different. I'm saying, yes, there should be a commissioner. I understand it's a lot easier said than done. There should be a commissioner for all of college sports. Maybe set football aside and then deal with that. Talk to Greg Sankey. Talk to, Petiti, whoever you got to talk to. Figure out what football is because it's a different beast. The rest of the sports need a commissioner. They need government. They need help.
Well, again, Trent, I understand what you're saying, but right now the conferences have more power than the NCAA. Football and basketball pay for everything at these schools.
Specifically, two of these conferences, by the way. But yes.
Well, but that they pay for everything, period. That's where the money is. There's no money. Yep. I mean, college baseball at LSU may make them some money. Maybe at Arkansas, it may make them money. But even, I doubt the Florida baseball program's profitable. And they're great. I bring them up because they're a really good program. They host regions. People go to their games. But, hockey at Michigan State might make money. I don't know how much, but not a lot. Because when you factor in what the cost of the sport is, the travel and all of those things, there's not rich TV deals behind this. They can siphon off whatever they say from the Big Ten network as part of it. And you can't just say put football aside unless you're going to convince all of these university presidents to spin football into its own super league, which I do think's coming next decade. You can't really spin it. You can't really spin football off because it's all under the NCAA umbrella. So
that's where I think, Mark, we're just going to stay in purgatory until that day comes, because I do think that day's coming. I'm with you. But until football puts its foot down and the SEC and the Big Ten get together and make this happen, we're going to be in purgatory. That's just what's going to happen. People that hate college athletics today are going to hate it just as much as they will in 5 years.
Yeah, and I think that's a really strong word because, for the record, even the like, and I always kind of go back to the guys I play golf with because they're older than me and they're kind of the get off your lawn guys. They can bitch about the portal all they want. They're still watching. We are watching in record numbers. So no one's running away from all the people who said, I'm done with college. I'm done with this. Well, why are the numbers going up exponentially? College basketball had one of its best years from television viewership that they've had in decades last year. It was tremendous. College football's never been watched more. Do they have a little problem with the calendar at the end? Yes, they do. Because the first round playoff games were doing better than the semifinal games. And I think largely the one rule I think most fans would like more than anything is transferring once. And that's it. Because the guys being mercenaries, it's hard. I mean, even in the NFL, yeah, there's a lot of one-year deals. But you know your core guys are there for a little bit. And you're not as worried about your too deep on the defensive line as you are your wide receiver and your running back. And those guys stay with the NFL team, where in college, they can jump from team to team and you can be on 3-4 college teams. I think the transfer at the end of the day bothers the fan more than the guy getting paid. Do they love the guy getting paid? No, but they understand it. But they don't like the guy who's getting paid to leave for $20,000, $30,000 more, and now he's playing for a rival. So I do think, that's something I would love to see them take care of. We'll see if it happens. This bill does have some of that stuff in it. We'll see when they go back into session next time if they actually pass it. But this whole I hate college sports and I'm not going to watch thing, it's just simply not true. I mean, it's less true. I mean, at least, you go back to the Kaepernick kneeling thing and everybody was done with the NFL. For 1 year, the NFL being a little woke hurt the numbers. After that, it hasn't. The numbers are through the roof. There was a short period where there was a decline in viewership. It ended very quickly. Miller and Moulton. We are going to talk with Andy Baskin next. He claims his phone died. I have no reason to not believe him. So Andy's going to join us in the Pro Hour to talk some Browns and a little Guardians. But we'll get into the Browns. How long is Watson going to play? When's Shador going to come into the mix as far as quarterback? We'll get to that. And with Andy as well, we'll talk some Guardians as they're trying to lay claim to that last playoff spot. They made a nice move at the deadline, getting the guy from the Angels there, the outfielder, Joe Adell, and he's contributed. I don't think they have enough bats, but they're an interesting team the rest of the way in the American League Central. So we'll talk with Andy coming up. We've spent a lot of time talking the NFL today and then a little bit there because these players have won a temporary, 33 players sued and got a temporary injunction that if they get cut from their NFL team, they can go back to college. Can you go anywhere you want? It certainly seems that you can go to the highest bidder. There's a lot of rules out there, but from what I'm seeing, yes, a roster spot has to be open. And where I think this will end up really stinking up the joint is if a freshman's getting cut to make way for a fifth-year senior that's not part of the team.
Now, they will. They will do that. If they know they have NFL caliber talent, they will cut the freshman, and that sucks.
They'll cut somebody. I mean, I would. These coaches are they're demanding these guys win. And, if you're talking about an offensive or defensive lineman, and I know they've filled most of their spots, but you look at a school like A&M that lost 4 offensive linemen, you're telling me I've got a tackle that might be available? I'm interested, and I've got the money. And there are schools out there that have it, like the quarterback from the Steelers, talking about going Aller, who played with Penn State. You think Texas Tech wouldn't be interested? Come on. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for listening. If you are leaving us along the network, have a terrific weekend. Southwest Florida, Port Charlotte, Venice, Lake City, Live Oak, Tampa, and Jacksonville. Hope you're sticking around because we'll talk some Cleveland sports next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move. From pricing your home to negotiating the best deal, I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
For the record, guys, with the commercials, Adam's got it right. This is something that Twitch does. They changed a couple of things because something popped up on my screen. The simplest way to not have the commercials is to subscribe. If you have an Amazon Prime account, it's next to impossible to do from your phone. That's what I will tell you. If you're that bright, you might be able to figure it out. Someone may tell me I'm wrong, but I'm telling you, if you do it from your computer and you log on to twitch.tv and use your Amazon Prime account, you get a free one. It is a hell of a lot easier to do it that way. And then I believe it automatically renews. You get one free one for having an Amazon Prime account. So it doesn't cost you any money. But Amazon pays us, because Amazon owns Twitch for what it's worth. What don't they own?
Do you think football's going to become its own thing?
In the 2030s, yes, I do. I think there will be a Super. I don't know about its own thing. I think sports already are.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
How's the house selling going? Not great, Left Twix. The market's not great, and people all have realtors. But I have open spots, so what the hell? I mean, I have to be really honest with you. We've got the open inventory, and since it's my business and now this is completely my company, I'm going to do it. Left Twix, I don't know if there's much I would do that wouldn't piss you off, buddy. But I do thank you for listening.
You guys are funny.
Andy, can you hear us?
Sure can.
All right, just making sure. This new Bluetooth to my board is an interesting thing. Sometimes I've been and they're in Australia, so I'm talking to the Aussies nearly every day trying to get this thing right. But
I got to tell you, actually,
and look at that, it's already glitching. All right, hang on here. All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, the final hour of not only the day, but the final hour of the week. And it's the last Friday that's not an official football Friday, because by next Friday we'll be getting ready for week 0. But we're running through the divisions in the pro ranks. And today we start with the NFC North, and we do so talking about the Cleveland Browns with our good friend Andy Baskin, who has joined us for years on the show. Andy hails from Cleveland, and you can listen to him on 92.3 The Fan, Baskin and Phelps. And I know we only got limited time this morning, so we'll get right to it. Andy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
How are you? How's camp? How's the summer treating you?
It's good. It's outstanding summer. Just getting ready for football. Excited. I am going to make a little stop in Melbourne next week for all of you hanging out at senior centers. I'll be around there to visit my mother-in-law next weekend, so I'm very excited about my trip to Florida next week. Please make sure the weather is not hot or humid.
It for sure. We'll make it 85 and mild. Because that's how summers are around here, and it won't rain at all while you're here in the afternoon. All right,
and that's how tourism runs your state, man. You guys got it down pat.
All right, look it. Deshaun Watson needs to be named the starter. Why are we messing around with this? And if he can't play, Shedeur can get in by week 5 or 6. Why is this even being talked about right now, Andy?
I think because they leaned into it before all of this started. I truly think Todd Monken wanted to have his starter name before they even came into camp. Deshaun's coming back from major injury. And there are a lot of Shedeur Sanders fans out there that think Shedeur, got ripped off by being drafted as late as the 5th round. They forget the fact that the Browns were the team that picked him. But yet there are a lot of fans out there that just think Shedeur Sanders should have been the 1st or 2nd overall pick in the draft. That said, that seems to be a long time ago now, but that's what kind of laid the foundation for where we are right now. Todd Monken coming in as a new head coach wanted to give both guys the opportunity to win the job. And, will Shedeur Sanders be the starting quarterback week 1? We'll find out on Monday, right? And that's just where it is. I think they got into camp. Maybe Todd thought that Deshaun was the guy or the front runner the whole way, and maybe he has been the front runner. But everything that I'm hearing out of the front office is this is an open competition. It has been an open competition, and that they will make a decision as early as next week once they settle the roster.
Well, Andy, Travis Switzer, the new offensive coordinator, he spent 9 seasons with Baltimore. And I know you can't always put a ton of stock into guys who come from within the division, but how much stock do you put into that?
Well, I think it's big for not only him, but for Monken, too. I mean, obviously, Todd knows this division as well as anybody else, especially with all the new coaches. And, who would have thought that Cincinnati would be the coach to survive
Right.
coming out of this last year? So I do think they'll be. I don't know. You know what? If you ask me, if I can tell you the starting 21 of the 22 were going to be healthy all season, I'd be good with it. And I would say, okay, this team could be okay, man, 500. The problem is that everyone seems to be waiting to parachute in a new quarterback for next year. And it doesn't matter who the offensive coordinator is or the head coach is. I just hope these guys get 2 seasons to even have an opportunity to do that, because Jimmy Haslam, the owner, said at the beginning of the season, if 5.5 is the over-under, I'd take the over. Now, is that a referendum against your head coach saying if you don't get to 6, you're not going to be here next year because we took a chance on an older head coach? I hope not. I hope that Monken's going to be here for a little while. We love how open and honest he is. And, he's a straight shooter. He's got to make a decision on this quarterback thing. And I think when it's all said and done, he's going to say, I gave Shedeur Sanders every chance in the world, but we're going to go with Deshaun right now. And I think money has a lot to do with that, too.
It's an interesting team. Obviously, the new coaching, and you lose the D coordinator, which I think is a bigger deal than people really talk about. But let's focus on the offense, because most of the offensive line is gone. They replaced 3 guys with free agents. And it looks to me, are 2 rookies going to start at receiver? We got a rookie tackle. We got 2 rookie receivers and a bunch of free agents. That's a lot of change. Tell me about the line and what you're seeing with the new guys. Can they hold up for Deshaun or Shedeur or whoever's back there?
You're asking the Browns, basically, they've replaced all 5 offensive linemen as far as if you go back a season ago and look at where they're at. That just doesn't happen in the NFL. The Bears were able to pull it off last year. They did a pretty good job, but it just doesn't happen. Go back and look through history of this league and say, how many teams make the playoffs after replacing all 5 offensive linemen? It doesn't happen. So they've got work to do. There isn't a whole there are Parker Brailsford is a kid they brought in. Austin Barber's a kid that they brought in. They drafted both of those guys. And could the offensive line be okay? Yeah. But they were only good on like one side of the offensive scheme last week, and that was pass protection. The run blocking wasn't very good last week, and when they played the first preseason game. As far as the wide receivers are concerned, it's an exciting year for the Browns, because this is the first time I think a lot of us believe they actually have 3, maybe 4 guys that can get any quarterback out of a jam. Casey Concepcion has been lights out at camp. He has been worthy of what we think should be a good first-round pick for the team. And Denzel Boston probably feels like he got slighted because he didn't get picked in the first round. But I do think that when we go back and look at the wide receiving core, and they kind of stole Isaiah Bond last year by picking up as a free agent because he had issues. So Jerry Jeudy's in that mix. I think the Browns wide receiving core is going to be okay. The problem for them is who is going to get them the ball.
He's Andy Baskin. He's got to get to work. I'm happy he gave us 5-7 minutes of time to talk a little Browns. Next time we get him, we'll see if the Guardians actually can make the playoffs. Andy, thanks for doing this. I know you got to get ready for your show and you got things going on. So thanks for giving us a couple minutes this morning.
Thank you, guys. Make sure the air conditioner's on next week.
Done.
Appreciate you.
Done. Andy Baskin coming to visit Florida, and we'll cool the temperatures down and turn the humidity off for him next week.
Something I wanted to ask Andy about is they have a new center, Elton Jenkins, and he played with the Packers. He played under Jordan Love. I'm curious if he had any sort of chemistry with either one of the quarterbacks so far in camp. That's something that's going to be interesting to watch. And Mark, you and I both know, at least I would like to think, we both agree that Deshaun Watson should and will be the starter, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Will he be the starter of the whole? Like, here's the thing. If they're bad, and I anticipate that they're going to be, so if they're bad, at what point do you just move on and give Shedeur as many games as you can to try to see if he can play? Like, I don't know if, said it before. I thought he threw a great ball. Yeah. I don't like the fact that he goes backwards a lot. But so you tell me, here's the Browns' schedule. All right. You tell me when they win. Just win a game.
All right.
At Jacksonville.
Nope.
At Tampa.
No.
Home for Carolina.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So that's what, because if they win that, then they host Pittsburgh. They're probably going to lose. They go to the Jets. They could be 2-3. They play Tennessee, but that's a stretch. It really is. They've got to win games, and it's obviously a last place schedule, but Maybe Atlanta, maybe Carolina. There's not a lot of wins on this schedule. Maybe Tennessee, but that's on the road. Like, I think, put it this way, Moncton's a first-time coach as a head coach.
Yeah.
Who do you think's coached better, Tennessee or Cleveland?
Tennessee.
Right.
Just because Robert Saleh's done it before, and even before that, his coordinator experience was with a Super Bowl caliber team in San Francisco. But look, this is
but you actually got to it. He's done it before. I don't know if Saleh is going to be a good head coach, but I will say the one thing that Pat's taught me is that the second time through for these guys, they got a much better understanding of what the job entails. There aren't that many Dan Campbells. And I mean, look, I think he's a nice coach. I don't know if he's a great coach. Everybody in Detroit loves him. He's their guy. He acts like him. He's the perfect coach for that organization. He had one really good year. The rest is okay. So, when you judge first-time coaches, most of them don't work.
Yeah.
And so Moncton's got to figure this out. And the point that Andy made, that the owner's already saying they need to be over 5.5. Good luck.
I think if I'm a Browns fan, and I know a few, some of them are good friends of mine. I think if they can win 6 games this year, they should be really happy with the direction they're going in, because they've essentially switched regimes. They finally moved on from Stefanski, which a lot of us think Stefanski's a hell of a football coach, or at least more than competent. And now he's in Atlanta, so we'll see how he does. But also, in the next couple of years, you'll be able to move on from Deshaun Watson. They're kind of turning the page in Cleveland. And when you look at that division, you have to be realistic about it. You're not going to compete for much, because the Steelers even are ahead of you right now. We're with where they're at. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I'm going to push back on that a little bit, because I have no idea what the Ravens have. I mean, we knew what they were for 2 decades. They're in a new regime, and Lamar Jackson's not getting younger. So how much better is Baltimore going to get year to year? Pittsburgh? I mean, yeah, it's a quote unquote great organization, but when you're telling me about the next 5 years of the Steelers, who's their quarterback next year?
It's just an until proven otherwise thing.
But
with the Steelers. I'm sorry, it just is.
But in that, where would you rank that if you were to do top to bottom, 1 through 8 divisions? Where would you have, as far as talent, not expectations of past history? Where would you have the AFC North talent wise?
3, maybe 3 or 4.
There's no way they'd be in my top 3. Both Wests are better. The NFC North is better, and it's clear.
Okay, so where do you have them? Last?
I think no, I don't have them last. But to just say because of that division that Cleveland can't come up, I don't agree with you. I think in that division right now, I don't know who's going to win that division this year. If I told you Cincinnati was going to win the division, would you say no chance?
No.
If I told you Pittsburgh was going to win that division, put it this way. Do you think it takes more than 10 to win this division this year? Do you think you have to have 11 to win that division?
Yes.
10 won it last year. There's only one double-digit team, and it was Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
I think 10, that would be in 10.
I think 10 won it last year because, in large part, Lamar Jackson got hurt. And my whole point with the Browns is, to bring it back to this, I think in the long scope, they have the right viewpoint. They are building. This is a building year for the Browns. That's why I say if they can win 6 games and they can trust this coach, trust this regime, and maybe get some solidarity on whether or not Deshaun Watson, they're going to move forward with him, or Shedeur Sanders, if by God's grace he's the guy, then they have some direction. They have a sense of, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're building towards. Because the rest of that division, I think, has a direction. Whether it's the right direction or wrong direction. You could argue the Steelers are trending down. They don't care about that.
I'm just saying, I would say the AFC South's a better division. Like, at best, I could put it 5th. And that's just off the top of my head. That's all I'm saying. I think Cleveland has an opportunity. The problem with the Cleveland Browns is that the one thing that you have to be a good organization is a good owner. And they don't have one. So until proven otherwise, I'm with you. I'm just saying I don't think that division's that difficult to get to the top of. Not like it was even 2-3 years ago. Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
RCB, were you talking about cutting Watson and save some cap space? No, his contract's guaranteed if that's who you're speaking of. But I don't know when you typed that, so. By the way, I ranked the divisions there during break. That's what I'm coming back with. Yes, they are. In the NFC, no. AFC West, NFC West. The two West are the best, in my opinion, Gavin Ball. And you could argue that the NFC North would be two. I have them three. And that sucks for them because they obviously lost their guy in the offseason, too. I mean, Lindenbaum was the big free agent signing.
Now you got me thinking about that skill position.
Skill
Or just-
position.
Not
What
not skill
skill
position,
position?
just roster, like ranking the 8 divisions.
Divisions? I already did it.
Yeah.
I've got it done right in front of me. You tell me where you think I'm wrong.
Okay.
You've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to do it yourself.
Okay.
really got to quit using ice cream as meals. Makes me hungry by the end of the show. I had ice cream and dinner yesterday and then some more ice cream. I've really got to get off this ice cream kick. I think I'm done starting Monday. I think I'm going to take 6 weeks off of ice cream.
Okay, ready to go.
And I think McGregor Pub is locked into my new favorite bar restaurant in Southwest Florida. I'm a fan. They do a nice job there. And they have terrific service.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. Final hour of the show, final hour for the week. Talked a little Browns today, talked a little NFL, and kind of slash college with Pat Kirwan, with the guys who have a fifth year of eligibility who were drafted but might get cut, talking about going back to college. But Trent basically said last segment, in a not so subtle way, that he just doesn't think the Browns have much of an opportunity because of the division they're in. I pushed back on that. And look, I don't think the Browns have much of a promise because I think they've got a bad owner. I mean, and I just think you need competent owner, competent GM. The fact that they blew Stefanski out there shows me that they're not serious. But as far as a division that can be overtaken, I think that division's right. I know it has great franchises in it, and I would love to see Lamar get his. Yet to do it in the postseason. Joe Burrow's acting like, he doesn't want to keep saying it's next year. I think it was his quote. Yeah, Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers, swan song. Okay, who's quarterbacking next year? So I think the division's a little more right. But I put together my ranking of divisions. And I think you could argue for any of the top three that I have to be number one. And then I think there's a clear line after that. And I think that line goes from basically 4 right down to 6. And then 7 to me is its own category and 8 is its own category.
By the way, I have the same lines drawn. I'm curious to see if we have the same teams within those lines.
Well, I'll start at the bottom, where the NFC South to me is the worst division. There's not one good team in that division.
Agreed.
The Bucs have to prove it. But right now, when no one was above 500, the Bucs lost players. I think their line's back a lot on Baker. I think the Bucs have the potential to be a double-digit win team, but show me. And I don't, Todd Bowles didn't prove anything last year. Pat Kirwan loves him. Bucs fans, not so much. My number 7 is the NFC East.
Wow. Okay, that's my number 6. So
well, they're my number 7 because I think that there's only one good team in that division. The Cowboys are not a good team. They don't have a good defense. And I don't think, again, I think 2 of those teams have no shot at the playoffs starting the season. I don't think the Washington Commanders or the New York Giants have a shot at the postseason entering the season.
I just think as far as the talent goes in that division, by the way, that is my number 6. So they're the bottom of the barrel. But I'm just saying, I think with Jaden Daniels, Stephon Diggs, Terry McLaurin in Washington, and then also in New York, we know what they have. Like that to me bumps them up 1 peg for me. That's it.
Yeah, and you're talking about talent, and you said Stephon Diggs in the same sentence, so I find that to be a fascinating comment. I have the AFC East 6th, and it's because the bottom's so bad.
Yeah.
Why I have them ahead of the NFC East is that obviously you have New England that went to the Super Bowl last year, and Buffalo, who's everybody's darling every year. But you have the Jets and the Dolphins, so that brings you down.
That's my 7. That's my 7. So you and I have 6 and 7 exchanged.
I have the NFC North next at 5. I don't know who the great team is in that division. I don't think it's going to be the NFC South, that it's going to take only 8 to win. But if I told you 9 won that division, how surprised would you be?
Not surprised at all, given the fact that last year we had 2 teams that didn't make the playoffs, and the Vikings and Lions that won 9 games. I mean, that division cannibalizes
AFC North. AFC North.
AFC North. My bad.
AFC
Yeah,
North.
I've got them at 5.
AFC North.
I've got them at 5 for me because I think there are three really solid teams, and I think that the Browns are building this year.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a solid team in that division. I don't. I have the AFC South 4th. I think you've got Houston, who's an elite defense. Jacksonville's coming off of 13 wins and winning the division, and Indianapolis is a wild card. Tennessee, will they be better? Is that 5 wins? Is that 6 wins? I don't know, but I do think it's 2 good teams in a wild card in that division with Indianapolis. I think Jacksonville is a team that will have a winning record. Will they go to the playoffs? I don't know, but I think they win 9.
They are also my 4th. So you and I agree on that. I think they're right in the middle of the pack. You've got 2 really solid teams, and then you've got a couple teams that are cute with some good talent. But as far as the AFC South goes, I think the Jags, I truly believe this. I think the Jags are the class of that division. And then we'll see what the Titans can do, if they can kind of rise up a little bit. We'll see if the Colts can come back, and we'll see if the Houston Texans can live up to the expectations. Some people are picking them to go to the Super Bowl, Mark.
Yeah, I think they could be the 1 seed. I don't know if I'm picking them to go to the Super Bowl, but because of how good the AFC West is and that I think they can beat up on one another, I think Houston has the opportunity to perhaps be the 1 seed. I have the NFC North 3, and I know you could make a case for it to be 1, and I get it because everybody had a winning record, but I guess I'm judging this at the end when I look at it. Who do I think can win the Super Bowl? Do you have a Super Bowl winner? And that's where I separate the 2 Wests with the NFC North, because I don't see a Super Bowl winner out of the NFC North. I see good. I like the Lions. I like the Packers. I like the Bears, but I don't see great.
So as far as this exercise goes, like seeing how the divisions are, I have the NFC North at 3, so I completely agree with you. You know, I have them at 3. I could have them higher. I could have them a little lower. But I think there are 3 really good teams in that division, and I think the Vikings are kind of the what-if team. But I think the NFC North, as far as talent goes, they got to be top 3. They have to be. You got the best receiver in football in Justin Jefferson potentially, and probably a top 3 running back in Jahmyr Gibbs. Can't be any lower than 3.
I took the NFC West at 2, and I kind of hemmed and hawed over this because obviously everybody's so excited about the Rams, and Seattle's the defending Super Bowl champs. I just have a feeling the Niners take a step back, and I think Carolina is actually worse than Las Vegas this year. I'll take Kirk Cousins over Brissett. I'll take Mendoza over Beck, whichever guy ends up playing at whatever point. I think, Genti, and I know Love's, so I mean, you can make similar comparisons to Max Crosby in Vegas. So that's why I go NFC West 2, AFC 1. I think that the Chiefs are better than the Niners, if you know what I mean. Right now, if we're just stacking them up, whether it's, whatever order you put them in, I'll take Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs over Rams, Seattle, San Francisco. It's really close. I think these are the 2 best divisions because you can make a case for 3 different teams making a run to the final game in both. I don't have the same height of the 49ers that I do of all 3 in the AFC West. I think it's close, but I'm taking the AFC West as the best division in football.
Well, you're right that both Wests are the top 2. They are. And I flip flop with you, but I understand your reasoning. I have the NFC West at number one simply because they have that Seattle Seahawks defense largely intact. I know they lost Reek Woolen, and I know they lost Kenneth Walker on offense, but they still have that roster together for the most part. And then, I mean, let's face it, the Rams are the favorites, and they should be. You know, they got Myles Garrett, they bring him over. I know they lost Jared Verse. Didn't get a chance to talk to Andy Baskin about that, but they lose Jared Verse. They bring over Myles Garrett, and it's Matthew Stafford with a bunch of weapons. And how can you bet against that? You know. And as far as the rest of the teams in that division, I mean, Arizona sucks, and we get that, and we know what that is. But I think the Niners, even in the older state that they're in, could make the playoffs as like a 9-win team. So I have to put the NFC at 1. But the AFC's right there.
Yeah, I don't think 9 will do it on either side. It's interesting when you just add up the wins. You know, the AFC West didn't have the wins of the other divisions because because of the Chiefs a year ago. We are riding a lot on the Chiefs because they won 34 games, where the NFC West last year won 41 games, and that's with Arizona only winning 3. I mean,
Right.
You had 38 wins out of the Seahawks, the Rams, and the 49ers. So, but again, the Dolphins ended up with 7 wins last year, and we know what we expect of them this year. Another year of no playoff wins for the Dolphins. Hell, they're picked in a lot to have the first overall pick in the draft. So that's just a little division exercise. Was it necessary? I'm not sure. But Trent got me started when he was telling me how good the AFC North was. So I had to put pen to paper.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, I don't know if that was exercise was necessary. I don't know if that was the best radio, but whatever. I'm very tired today, gang, and I apologize. This has not been my best effort today. For whatever reason, the week has beat me up. I'll be better next week. At least I hope. Thanks, Deadstroke. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, I know who it was. It was we had the generator company come over for their like annual. They come once a year to check everything out. They were here. They rang the doorbell, did the work, and then the guy rings it like 3 times to say he's leaving. Apparently, I'm like, dude, what the hell? Yeah, I will. I didn't. Yesterday was a bad day. I didn't even speak with him yesterday. I usually talk to him at least via text once a day, and yesterday apparently was not a good day because I didn't hear back, and then that means I usually have to double check with his wife to make sure everything's okay, which sucks. It was Mama Moulton's birthday yesterday. She is now 82.
80. Okay, I was going to guess 81.
She's 82 because she and my mother-in-law are all the same age. They were all born basically 92 days apart, I think. My mother-in-law is September 1st and my mom's is June 1st, or my mother-in-law's is September 2nd, rather. She'll be 82, and David's mom's is just a couple days before mine. I understand, Deadstroke. Never. It doesn't matter what happens. We'll never have that knowledge again. I wish I did. I think I can carry segments. I think I can come up with interesting topics. But to be able to have the recall of this guy did what in what game, and it doesn't matter. I've never met anybody like it. Danielson hasn't. Aikman hasn't. Like I've texted with both of them about this. Very little with Troy, but with Gary quite a bit. I mean, I actually sent Troy a text because I was worried he wasn't getting info. And I don't even know. David doesn't even know that because I kind of said, keep it between us. But I was just making sure that Troy knew what was going on. And he did. And he was incredibly, his reply was incredibly sweet, incredibly grateful of David.
There is no replacing that man.
In fact, I showed it to a buddy of mine. He goes, I didn't know if I ever really liked that guy that much, but I do now. That was literally, that was what he's like, wow. He goes, I never really liked him. He goes, but I kind of changed my mind after reading that. It's God's honest truth.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Not sure how much longer that name will be on the show. It'll be for a little bit, trying to figure everything out. No sense of jumping to any conclusions or any quick names because, well, as I've said to people, we've built this brand over 20 years, and I'm not going to just throw it away. But unfortunately, the half of the show will not be back, and that's just what it is. It's tough. It's been a tough couple of weeks. I thank you all for your patience. I thank you all for your trust in me to continue listening on, and I hope we have a long run in what is now, I guess, the fourth act. As this ever-changing spiral of radio goes on. But one thing that isn't consistent, it's what we do at this portion of the show.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Well, I got to go kind of close to home here where I spent a few years. We start today in Lansing, Michigan in 1897 when Ransom Eli Olds founded the Olds Motor Vehicle Company, which would later become the Olds Motor Works and then Oldsmobile. Dad had a pretty sweet Cutlass back in the day, I'm not going to lie. 1901, Joe McGinty was suspended from Major League Baseball. The Baltimore Oriole pitcher not only punched umpire Tom Connolly, he spit on him. His lifetime suspension was reduced to 12 days. I don't know what's worse, spitting on an ump or punching an ump. I think spitting on him. I really do.
Spitting is worse.
Men's U.S. Open today in 1914. Walter Hagen at 21 was already a pro. He held off amateur Chick Evans by 1 to win his first of 2 Open titles. Today in 31, Babe Ruth becomes the first player to hit 600 home runs. He did so against the St. Louis Browns. 1942, Disney's animated movie Bambi is released. I don't want to spoil the end for you, but one of the deer gets shot.
God, Mark, did you have to do it? This early in the morning, you had to do it. Go ahead.
1949. I think this is the day when Philly fans started getting their reputation. To me, you can trace it all back to a trapped line drive by Richie Ashburn. The Giants leading the Philadelphia Athletics 9-2, or 4-2 rather, in the ninth. They're declared the winner because the fans rioted over a trapped line drive by Richie Ashburn. They called the game. Happy birthday, Hawaii. Eisenhower signs a proclamation admitting Hawaii as the 50th state in the Union today in 1959.
I like Ike.
1961, Patsy Cline records the song Crazy. One of my favorite all-time songs, all genres. Love the song. Love her voice. Are you aware of the song, Trent?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you are aware of the song Crazy. Do you know who wrote the song Crazy by Patsy Cline?
Prince? No, I don't know. I don't know. When in doubt, I say Prince. I don't know, Mark.
It was recorded in 1961. I don't even think that's an intelligent guess. But Willie Nelson, a struggling writer, wrote the song Crazy. 1966, the Beatles played a doubleheader after playing an afternoon show in Cincinnati because of a rainout the night before. They went 341 miles to Bush Memorial Stadium in St. Louis to play a night gig. That's a double dip, kids. Today in 67, Kansas City Athletics utility player Ken Harrelson becomes baseball's first free agent when he's abruptly released by his team when he refers to the owner, Charlie Finley, as a menace to baseball. I think Ken Harrelson may have been onto something in 67 because that's before they go to Oakland. That's before he sells all the team off. That's before he tries to get the hockey team that he bought to wear white skates. I think Charlie Finley may have been a menace.
They should have listened to him then.
Dirty Dancing, released today in 1987. You probably don't know it, but your mom does, Trent. That's all I'm telling you. I'm guessing your mother has seen Dirty Dancing 11 times minimum. That's my guess.
Listen, I know Patrick Swayze. I know all that going on. I've never seen the movie.
I do know. I was a few years ago, we vacationed at Lake Lure, which is in the foothills of the mountains in North Carolina. They filmed a lot of that movie there. And they did so, a couple of the scenes and where he's holding her up by the lake or whatever. And it was in the fall and the grass had died. So they had to paint the grass green to make it look like it was the middle of summer, for what it's worth. 1990, Alice in Chains released their debut album, Facelift. It was literally one of the first grunge albums to get widespread popularity because it wouldn't be until the next year, because this is 1990, it wouldn't be till a year later that Pearl Jam released 10 and Nevermind by Nirvana was released in September of 91. So Alice in Chains did ride the coattails of those two albums, but their album out first, Man in the Box.
Grunge, one of the most underrated genres in all of music.
Ooh,
and you were going to say Man in the Box right there.
I don't see. I wouldn't call it underrated. I think it's rated fairly.
I think it's underappreciated.
Why would you say grunge is underrated?
Because I think that people, pop music, rock music, country music. I think grunge gets buried, for lack of a better word.
Okay. 1904, Michael Phelps wins his 6th gold medal of the Athens game, even though he didn't swim in the final of the men 4x100 relay. And they would win it in a world record time. Kevin Durant scored 30 today in 2016 to help the men win gold over Serbia at the Rio Games. And Scottie Scheffler today in 2020 birdies 4 of his final 5 to be the 12th tour player to shoot 59. He did so in the Northern Trust at TPC Boston. Count Basie, Fritz Freeling. You don't know that name, but if you watched cartoons as a kid and you're my age, that's your Looney Tunes guy right there. Freeling was on, he wrote a lot of the Bugs Bunny and all that stuff. You'd always see that at the end. Toe Blake, couple of great broadcasters. Chris Schenkel, who David Moulton says is the reason he got into this business. Jack Buck, that's the reason Joe Buck got into this business. Wilt Chamberlain, Kenny Rogers, and Joe Strummer from The Clash would have all celebrated birthdays today. 2-time Heisman Trophy winner Archie Griffin is 72. Kim Cattrall from Sex and the City, and come on, if you're old enough, you remember her in Porky's. She's 70. Craig Counsell, 56. Amy Fisher, the Long Island Lolita, she's 52. BJ Upton's 42. Usain Bolt is 40. Think he can still run 100 and don't you think he can do 100 meter and probably under 11 still?
Yeah, he can still crush pretty much everybody. I mean, when he bust onto the scene, he was unbelievable. Like nothing we'd ever seen.
3 golds. No one's ever done it. No one's ever done 3 Olympic golds in that event.
So I think since he's been, that was 10 years ago. I mean, since then, I think he's still in that decent amount of shape where he could pretty much crush anybody.
JD Martinez is 39. Singer Casey Musgrave's 38. Mike Evans is 33. I wasn't even going to get into who you knew in this one. You're the underrated grudge thing. You've already got me. You've got me worried today, Trent. You've got me worried.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
All right. Well, there we go. Mouse didn't want to work. For the good, we go to Philadelphia. And this is a creepy story with a good ending. So apparently, police are continuing to search for a masked person who was wearing a Jason mask and terrorizing people outside of City Hall. But I love this or a Chucky mask. Sorry, not a Jason mask, a Chucky mask. Jamaica Wilson was on her way to do her thing in the morning, and she saw a man in a Chucky mask following a woman. She's trying to get the woman's attention, but the woman was at her headphones on, as Jamaica says, was absorbed in her phone. She finally noticed the warning and ran away. Then the masked person went to a man carrying a large box and chased him into a business. Well, then he decided to get after Jamaica. And Jamaica said, bring it. Bring it. She told Good Day Philadelphia he was approaching me and laughing menacingly, which really wasn't super scary. But my fight or flight had kind of struck at that point. The former art school student turned around and took on a combat position, as she had taken combat course to prepare her to defend himself. She came face to face with the masked man and noticed he didn't have any weapons. She said he seemed disoriented, that I had turned around in general. And at that point, I blocked my face, preparing to fight him. He put his hands up, but he didn't block his center line. You got to protect the center line.
I was just going to say, that's the one rule, right?
She kicked him in the chest, knocked him back, and took off. They still haven't found the guy, though. But she took on the masked Chucky.
By the way, you people that have, you just throw on a Halloween mask and you go out there in public. Don't you have something better to do?
Like Trent went, you people. For the bad, we leave it to the Bears again today. This time we go to Colorado, where a man was attacked by a female black bear while leaving the laundry room. Apparently, he was going back to his apartment from the laundry room, and there was a black bear outside. It attacked him, scratched his arm. He tripped and hurt his foot while trying to escape. A family member took him to the hospital to take care of his arm. He should have kicked the bear in the chest. And finally, the ugly, we come back to Florida and go to Martin County, where Monique Love Turnbull was arrested. She apparently showed up at a senior citizens home pretending to work for a bank and tried to scam a senior citizen out of money. The guy didn't give her the debit card that she was asking for, but he became suspicious and contacted the police. While they investigated, they received another call identifying Ms. Turnbull as a possible suspect in a similar case. They finally picked her up on I-95 and brought her in on charges, but it did take another turn for the worse when she was going to jail. Well, she had to assume the position, and she was trying to enter the prison with $3,200 lodged in her vajayjay. There's a couple things about this that are disturbing. One, that's a lot of money to have there. And two, at some point, this cash will be back in public circulation. To remember the good old days, we could just find a little bit of crushed yayo in a dollar bill. Now you got a whole nother thing to look out for. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 21st, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, offering great jobs, great pay, bonuses, all kinds of good stuff. You know where to go, capecops.com, capecops.com. All right, everybody in action in baseball today. The Blue Jays and the Yankees. Now, after the Rays take on the Orioles in Baltimore, obviously big series for both of those teams. The Red Sox hosting the Giants. Cardinals and Phillies, kind of in a battle for some of those last wild card spots. Braves and Brewers, battle of first place teams there. The Marlins host the Nats. Running out of time for both of those teams. They're going to have to get on one hell of a run. Tigers are in Kansas City to take on the Royals. I mean, kind of a must that you get 2 or 3 there. Astros hosting the Athletics. Can the Astros string together any wins? The Angels beat up on Houston for 2 or 3. They travel to Texas to take on the Rangers. Twins and Padres, couple of teams right now in the playoffs, but just barely. Cubs on the road in Seattle, and the Dodgers hosting the Pirates. Football tonight, we do have some preseason. Jets and Steelers, that one's on the NFL Network. Panthers and Jags, that one I believe we can get locally. Certainly you can in Jacksonville. Not sure about where that is in Tampa and Southwest Florida. And then at 9 o'clock, Packers and Broncos. Bunch of games tomorrow. They continue on the PGA Tour. BMW with the big tie at the top. They're about to tee off in round 2. That should get underway in a matter of moments. So that is what you have going on this weekend. Lots of baseball, some NFL preseason, and some golf. The final weekend without football that actually counts in the standings. Do something with the people around you that you care about.
Kiss your loved ones. Do it now.
You can get away with it week 0, 2. You've got 2 weekends left where you can be nice to your family and be genuine. After that, they know, we know, everybody knows. You're just faking it from this point, folks. Miller and Moulton, Trent, have yourself a good weekend. Good luck at the wedding. Maybe you can get lucky.
I'm going to try, and I'll report back to you on Monday. But you have a great weekend as well, Mark Miller. Happy birthday to you, and we will celebrate accordingly.
Miller and Moulton, everybody have a great weekend. Thanks so much for listening. Monday morning, 6 a.m. We'll be back.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller & Moulton.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. I guess we'll do this crap again on Monday. That's a good line, Georgie. I really got to tell you, the other endeavors line. I pay attention. That was well played. Well done. All right, everybody. Have a good weekend.